Okay, so we're on sort of the step 4 of this. Oh, and a sidebar, Ting mentioned to me that because we got thrown off a little on our time, we actually have more time. So I'd forgotten something earlier in the process. We're going to go back and we're going to give you all time to reflect on both the committee process that you have now, as well as maybe on the possible use of this toolkit or on your evaluation. Can't take action because it's not agendized for action, but to have a better thorough dialogue around that. Okay, so back to this one. So then you're gonna gather this data from multiple perspectives. So you're gonna see how is the school running, how is access, how are all these things from students, from staff. You're gonna conduct a real-time check-in with allies. So that may be, Kim is talking to Ting. It may be that you guys are talking to Ting and saying, how can we better support her? And then there may be an opportunity where trusted board members conduct observations or informal interviews when applicable. So maybe a little deeper dive, like there seemed to be this problem. How could we help to solve the problem? Next slide. And then throughout the year, you're really providing ongoing feedback so that it's not really, again, feedback, it's kind of feed forward. You're strengthening relationships, you're strengthening that trust, you're really, working on building things together. We were talking earlier about some, I think in the fiscal thing about rebuilding, building trust since Kim's new. And so what things do you put in place? And then if you check in at that first trimester, and things are going well, have you put in the right checks and balances? Do you have the right information? Do you have the right procedures? Do you know where that information, who's checking the contracts, right? Is it YMC? Is it Kim? Is it the CBO? Is it you guys? Knowing those answers. And the conversations with the board are going to focus on strengths and solutions and next steps, not just problems. So again, this feed forward mindset, what's working, what can we do more of? Next slide. And then this, the board president's job here at the end. Everybody sends in a performance rubric again. You're looking at the survey results. You're looking at how the strategic goals align with the LCAP, and the board writes a final evaluation, usually written by the board president, maybe signed by all the board members, at least signed by the president on behalf of the board. And again, this doesn't use language that is subjective. I mean, there's some real actionable language. How can we support? How can we help? How can we grow you? In the one that I wrote this year, it talked about the administrative assistant and also talked about hiring a mentor. We think that would be a benefit. So how, those are things that went into the evaluation as feedback. Next slide. And then as you reach the end of the year, you're kind of reflecting and what can we do to improve? Did that work well? Should we check in 4 times a year? Should we add something to the staff survey? We're doing a staff survey in our school in 2 weeks. And 2 years ago when it was done, it was very, very short because staff were saying that they didn't have enough time. They got too many surveys. When I met with them again this year, they said, well, actually, we still want it short, but we didn't realize how important this was, right? And so it was nice that you came and talked to us and reminded us of how important this is and how much you value our feedback. And they asked us specifically, could you come each time you send one of these? So we're going to send them out 3 times during the year. So could you come for 5 minutes to our board meeting and just remind us, highlight this for us above the other things that we did? So that was good reflection and adjustment for us. And then you're also talking to Kim and saying what went well for you, what could be improved. The board is saying, how can we improve our own work? And you might update goals or timelines and supports for the next cycle. And again, reaffirming all along that the difference between the evaluation, which is sort of like, because we're in education, right? It's a graded paper you're turning in your term paper, you're getting evaluated on that, versus your ungraded stuff. So participation in class or other sorts of things that you might be a draft of something, right, that you might be working on. That's really your feedback. Next slide. Oh, okay, so we're at the closing. So now we're going to actually not do this. We're going to go back now. So what I'm going to do now, and I'm going to break you up into groups a little differently, I think, to kind of mix it up a little bit. So
can I ask a question on the evaluation? One of the things that has kind of been talked about previously is doing like a 360 evaluation, but I'm
Yeah.
not quite saying that. I'm saying like ask staff or student surveys, but not a 360. Is there a reason why you would recommend or not recommend?
Well, so in the 360, Kim is also providing evaluation to you guys of how the process is going. You're all doing a rubric and providing the evaluation to her. And then you're getting the staff and the community surveys. So what are you feeling like is missing?
Like the central admin, like all the direct reports that kind of report to her.
Oh, that's in staff.
Yeah, okay. I just wanted to, okay, that's a clarifier.
Yeah, that's,
Thank
yeah,
you.
I'm sorry. So
Thank
that's,
you.
that's in staff. I
Okay.
might have said teachers, but it's.
Yeah, you said teachers,
Yeah,
that's what I was.
yeah.
I have a question, it's about the three.
Yeah.
Evaluation too, because that's a little kind of precarious.
Yeah.
Only because the board's giving me goals, I'll just give you an example. When I first started, like, to get a new middle school,
Mhm.
like, the goal was to formulate a plan and to get a new standalone middle school.
Okay.
But in doing that, there's a whole lot of parts where people, staff, families are uncomfortable.
Mhm.
It's new, it's changed. There's parts that work for some, but there's parts that people are unhappy with
Mhm.
and extremely vocal about.
Mhm.
I'm asked to do something, but then on the end where people are unhappy,
Mhm.
I get all the criticism and complaint about the having to do it, even if we try to land a plane, and we landed this plane as gently as humanly possible.
Sure, yeah.
And we try to attend to everyone's needs,
Mhm.
but you still got very harsh criticisms, from some.
Mhm.
Like, people aren't gonna say, we're upset that you got a new middle school for us.
Right.
They're gonna say, she's horrible. That's what,
Mhm.
they're not gonna go into detail of what it is, they're just gonna have a disclaimer of I don't like this, I don't like this, or I don't like this person. Like, how does the board even delineate?
Well, it's by the questions that we
Yeah.
ask.
That's, I think it's
Exactly.
restructuring and retooling that survey, right? And also, I'm gonna suggest that saying created a middle school is too big of a goal for me. I mean, it should have been I would have set a goal that was one portion of that, right? Which was, you know.
Well, that was like one of like
I-
50 things, but
Well, excuse me, I don't recall the goal being get us a new standalone middle school. It was negotiate the process to have a safe site for our students.
and I'm just
So-
paraphrasing down like a small
Okay.
thing of an example of, like, this is what happened, but this is the negative feedback that came
Sure, I just
from
wanna be
doing that.
careful.
Yeah, no, I
So-
I think that's an important clarification though, because I focused in when you said, so it's what you heard versus maybe what the board was saying, so this isn't.
I'm paring down just to give a short example in the matter of time of like, yes, we have to go and do this goal, we have to reach this thing, we're trying to do this thing that is set before us, but there is criticisms that have come back. So how do we delineate versus the things I'm asked to do,
Yeah.
and then it ruffling feathers because we're trying to accomplish whatever, it doesn't mean a specific goal, I'm trying to accomplish those goals. But it's going to ruffle people's feathers whenever it comes to change or something happening. Or, other people feeling uncomfortable because the locus of control is maybe not in their behalf.
So I would just say that as the superintendent executive director, you're going to do things that are unpopular. You have to, this is gonna be part of your job.
True.
And so because it is unpopular, you're not gonna get administrator of the year, you're not gonna get any of those kinds of things. But as I think exactly what Caitlin's saying is the questions and how it's shaped. And then part of the 360 is that you're not just focusing on this set of parents who are upset about the middle school.
It's the
You're
whole
getting
thing.
you're getting the whole entire thing. And then later when we talk a little bit about goal setting and all that, I mean, going back to your mission and vision, what you want to carry out, and then delineating from that, what are the I'll go into this, but what are the inputs? And those are some of the questions you might want to ask. So for instance, in order to ensure that you have the mission of school, you need to have the administrator out at the site. You need to have your lead administrator out at the site. So one of the things like, one of the questions you might ask is how often, or I feel that that the executive director knows my job and can comes out to the site frequently, blah, 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 to answer questions. Whatever those kinds of things are, that's the kind of stuff that you would ask for. And it's not like I like her or I don't like her. It is about, are those things that are being done?
And also, you're gonna be involved in building those questions, so the board doesn't do it without you.
Yes.
So if the board suggested that the question is, do you like him or don't like her, check yes or no, right? No, he can hard pass for you, right? But if the question is, how did your first day of school go? Or, did you feel positive about your child's academic experience this year? Or something like that, that's a really measurable thing, right? We all know as parents how we feel about those things if we're asking in the community. Or, your direct reports, how is the communication? Do I have access? And so you guys come up with those together as a team. And that's where you have that input on. I don't feel like that question would really get to what I feel like we need to reflect.
Yeah. And there are California standards for school administrators that you can use as a guideline for different aspects and how you engage in community and all those other things too. So those can all act as guidelines, which are very neutral standards for what one would expect.
Other questions?
Feel like I opened a can of worms.
No, it's good, it's good. Okay, so now what we're gonna do is we're gonna shift back a little bit to start talking about committee structure. And you guys can have a dialogue around that. I'm gonna put you in smaller groups to talk about it and maybe we'll come together. Does that work for, you think? Okay,
Yeah, I think so, because there are a lot of concepts like zero-based was put out, liaisons versus committees. So you've got a lot of technical information around that. So now how do you think you would like to proceed as a board in this next school year that would be efficient, but also get you the input and get you the engagement that you might need for various situations?
and I felt like really in the small groups, you guys have really had some fantastic dialogue. So I think I'd like to do that, make sure we're really including everybody's voice and then we'll come back to the front. So if two of you just wanna switch, whoever wants to switch one from each side.
Okay.
And then maybe that'll sort of break up the dynamic a little bit and change things. All right, so we'll give you, what do we do, 10 minutes on committees and then maybe we'll move to the, yeah. Yeah, okay, so 10 minutes on talking about committees and committee structure.
No, it's not right.
Were we all?
Really?
This is people.
Right, yeah.
Amy Benson.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
And it's great because of the way they think, what I mean?
Yeah, that's great.
We're starting with the zero-based committees, like the real obvious ones, we usually pass, but
Oh,
I
you're
just think about committees, that's in our policy.
Okay, so
Or it's in our charter, correct? No, it's not.
My mind is very difficult.
Academic excellence, I think is
Yeah.
a great use of time. Strategic plans.
Not like what they are, I'm just thinking, and I'm like, I should not read it, and I'm like, I have no idea what you have.
I think strategic plan for me,
It is.
It's to use school time, your time,
Schedule.
our time.
Yeah.
If you use
Schedule.
community, like, let's say, committees for you for the walk accreditation.
So maybe we should just like talk about the different committees and kind of.
But it should usually work.
We should work on that. Good enough. Is that just something we're-
Yeah.
What functions it do?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Why is it?
No, it's not-
I'm looking over for-
But yeah, but also.
Somebody should really know sit around for a whole lot.
Exactly. So that's fine.
Fundraising, but outside of that.
Yeah.
It used to just be me or something else.
But it could be helping to me.
I think it's like, I don't know that you need this to work, challenges with finances. I mean,
Yeah, and I think that is just for transparency, that's kind of where I see it, in the sense of,
I mean,
to
we
me,
are probably not.
that has always been the committee environment.
We are,
That needs to be
that
that
would be.
What do you think?
just for full transparency, but I don't know where others sit with that.
But what would
I mean,
you
I do
like?
think that even a committee, that could do more, that's affordable. Because sometimes what has happened this last year is that it's just, we see the presentations that the board's gonna see, and then you can't miss the time. Because then it's like, well, I don't really, if you're gonna present this to the board, why are you actually needing to
Like,
show
there
us the
should
same
be
thing
like,
as that?
you can do that.
You know, I'd rather
And
prefer
then
to be your thinking on like what
It
needs
needs
to
not
not
be
be in the finance areas.
Yeah.
That can help move things forward in that little chart that she.
I made time,
I mean, that's,
Yeah, open up your schedule.
what do you think?
so.
I know you're new to it.
And
When I learn. the group wasn't even, it's
So if it's
structurally formed.
Mhm.
They're not even
No.
allowed to send things forward to the board, which means the purpose of having the formal, you find that first flavor of stamp.
Mhm.
Which
I
I
have
felt,
never been that way.
yeah,
People
a lot broadcast. So
Yeah.
to give you transparency.
And if we both aren't there, we can't hold it.
That
wasn't me.
I would
but I-
kind of
how
lean
many times
probably
we
towards just off the top of my head, keeping that one
But
brown.
I think that was
for
one
now,
of the
and
things,
then,
yeah.
and then everything else maybe. Or better, but we can still.
Yeah, generally, it's,
Yeah.
I mean, finance is.
That's about something I come up with as well, whether it's a
Everything else
committee
is-
or it's. And then maybe the vice president, because I like that.
Or no, they can't because they're not agendas, but they can still be that agenda.
The chair, you know, after
And then
the
you're always
they're running
committed to
the
that
agenda.
day.
But I like that we're with
One problem, I
want everyone to feel that
Some board members. That would be about side of it.
Oh,
I was
we-
discussing.
okay.
That might be better than other days.
I think if you
so,
go to, like, on the, curriculum and stuff, you more pass it on, and then you don't. I think, right?
It's a question of whether or not it's
More
passed
than a-
or if it's just to be more integrated or improved
And
meetings.
maybe a
Like, to me, I just think there needs to be some strategy
Go
for
back
governance.
to.
You know what I mean?
You can't.
And then the strategy for development versus LCAP, that was another thing that's kind of been like, you know, strategy versus development versus LCAP versus academic excellence. It just seems like they fall like.
I mean.
But not that they had experience with other boards, there's so, yeah, exactly. And so how do you get somebody else up, it goes back to how do we set the strategies for this year to make sure that stuff gets
Did
done.
you guys hear that? She's
without-
never gone at committee and then.
You know what I mean?
That she's ever.
Multiple people
Yeah,
feeling
we
like they're
did
doing the
that. We
same
talked
thing.
about this.
I mean, that kind of, where to me, I want us to really focus more on the business, and then how do we kind of like, that's just kind of.
You have to, and you have to.
And
It's just
staff
you
have
two.
to, and
It's
staff
not
how you
have to
fix marriage.
agendize and have to create the package. So you're having,
I know.
you're having 5 committee meetings at home and your board meetings. That's.
Yeah.
that's she's
Like, we'll
doing.
agendize anything.
No, I know.
Yeah.
And no run it, just you, we stay silent. So you make the agendas, you tell us, we prepare everything, and then it's you two.
But
I will be there.
you have this outside perspective, and also the average
Issues.
high performing in charter
I
school.
never had
has
a
so
that committee in my board that
I will say one thing about it.
Yeah, that was
It's not,
Say it
it's not necessarily that we don't trust, it's that we have the history.
But I guess that's the thing that was
So the more transparent
to me,
fiscally we can be,
there's not.
it really helps us build that faith in.
To make sure that like
My only.
we can address like the big proxy where we have the diverse stuff too, because
That's
time
time
you
to
have
have
an
an
executive
executive
that
director
was a
committee
huge thing for middle school parents all
that
year.
we get to talk about things.
So, but that was,
Outside of
it
the
never,
public,
and
like,
is that something
because
that needs to be
sometimes
involved in?
suggestions
This
are
is something you
made.
know, and if your voices
And
are
they're
not, are not being heard.
Yeah.
People outside of freedom as a directive, when that's not the intention, because the full board has not weighed in, and there's.
And the executive
People get
director is just not about.
people-
Yeah, idea.
People get very,
Doesn't have a liaison. It's just
we
separate.
have board members that are liaison.
That's one counselors can be those.
We have some of those.
We do have some.
The two that are brown act are governance and finance.
which could make sense, so if those are the only 2 you keep, and then you, every other month, then you should
Well,
not have.
finance is the only one that needs needs.
It's funny, I think I'm
so.
But those are the same thing.
Yeah.
Yes,
But finance
exactly.
one, maybe the one.
I
know it's so much you need
I do not have faith in my plan.
It's funny because
Yeah.
I was reading this.
I think it's in a fiscal policy.
The thing is, you have
In
to-
something.
No, it does not say this.
Yeah,
things are processed.
That's it, that right there.
But it's just.
Okay.
That is one word, yes.
So you gotta, gonna do it, you gotta commit to it.
Sorry.
And everything that's in total.
I got it, yeah, I got it. It does not have to be, we chose that at the beginning of the year, so now redeciding again.
I'm all for
Make it
wherever we
easy
can
on
minimize
us.
the administrative burden and
But everything in the finance committee.
And make
does
it
go up
easier
through the
for
regular
them.
like
It comes
meeting,
down.
so it is
I'm good
public.
with that, I just wanna stay transparent.
Yeah.
About what we need to, not like
Um,
information that like the check
and
register, the document register, the applicable to budget. That's all on the board meeting anyway.
And it's not, and so that means even know, do watch what meeting,
Yeah.
it's,
I mean, nobody don't know.
Yeah.
That's nothing.
And-
You noticed.
I have no, I don't think I've ever.
You have limits, you have all the things in place. Then you have consent item that has all the contracts over a certain amount, they're all there.
I've seen behind the
All
scenes.
seen this.
Yeah, exactly.
It's like, so it's gonna go in the public meeting
So
anyway,
the
like
other
the
thing,
whole
other
board,
component that
does
board
it need to be?
members may not know.
I don't know.
Is that if you
I
have a
don't know
warrant,
board
because
because
I have to
yeah,
apply
because I think
that
about
to our
when, like, the
authorization,
non-
so we're trying to get things.
like, they were
It's
really
negative.
they were
We
really
missed the
good
meeting, because they're
about,
planning on this
like,
meeting and we
they,
can't upload
and,
it.
and I would say this is kind of one thing that they really did, is they went like line by line to ensure that it was good, so when it came to the whole, you had, they had an extra set of eyes really reviewing the plan.
We can still do that though, it's not being wrong.
Well, that's a small handful that I know around
You
that,
have the.
but I will tell you, committees.
Well, they would still say in our open.
I don't think
meeting
they have.
We reviewed it.
I can get behind it not being.
I think that if somebody's
Yeah.
gonna do something,
I just-
they're gonna do it. Oh, yeah.
100%.
The committees, they see what they
But
see,
I guess my
like.
question goes back to what's best practice.
As administrators,
the one just organization that have a
smaller
Yes.
of the board.
That's why I'm.
And talk through things. And
I don't know
talk
what
through
you're
it.
going forward to
I got similar too, but I just think
We're wanting
you guys
you're
are
wanting
actually
us to
great
do
in
this.
small groups, there's a
We
lot
can do
of
it this
people
way,
and
this
then
way,
sharing
this
it,
way.
you know, and
Share
there was just a little
benefit,
more sort of,
the benefit.
it's a little less inclusive, so I think, you know, I just wanted to kind of maybe have
And
some of
then
these things come out in your smaller groups and
kind of get an idea of which way we're going.
This
before we
contains
present to
yours.
the board. We present a very clear.
we don't know,
concise-
we don't have any. Committees that are, so, yeah, we have in the past, so
It's an
But in
advantage.
terms of like one person would have
Exactly.
finance.
we have a liaison person who, you know, liaison who makes things like she's very good, you know, and they sort of have a work group, yes, they, but they don't nice sort of run it. And it's not, yeah.
It's not
When we get to the full board.
Yeah, it's like once a month,
What is-
yeah, once a
Much
month,
more
yeah,
efficient.
so once a month to go over the things, but it's not the sort of, doesn't reach the level of brand, so the board doesn't designate it, right?
But
And then the action on ours is public in person,
And to be able to say some of those things, or make some of those suggestions to you, because it's not ready for public consumption. And we don't want to scare staff, we don't want to scare the public, like we don't want to disclose some things that we aren't able to disclose. And talk to them, we're not being able to-
as long as you guys have the bandwidth to do it, and sometimes people.
And I'm sorry.
Yes.
There's motion population.
Yeah, it's very absolutely right.
That's all, I didn't. I think it's like, it's okay, like to me.
Oh, I get it, I agree.
I just like, I don't have.
For sure.
At the bottom of your like that, I would allocate the remaining other ones.
Right.
Yeah, like for example, like just for anybody else, but for sure.
Oh, yeah.
Right,
If we use that more effectively.
so he kind of been.
Yeah, and then the
See, let's do that. So then I'll-
everybody in and out, talk about.
And the other.
Yeah, that's it, that's what I'm saying, I'm sitting here and know that, I get on both sides, I know.
I agree.
But
I know you're not. Be a double yeah.
Where we fall with. Well, I was telling them.
They want yellow.
No, I was like, I used to write red and then yellow was really small, and as I've progressed in my career, red has kind of subsided and yellow has.
I don't want to read it on, so I know we discussed like deciding on yearly.
You do, yeah.
Yeah.
Well,
Yeah.
I don't remember yet.
Agenda, I get on the next agenda.
Especially what I do.
Members of it.
Yellow is very important.
On this agenda. And so one of the things,
Right,
there's a
we're gonna bring that
resolution that
conversation
says
back
needs
up.
to.
It's very true.
Annual resolution, so that you can change, you want it to.
Yeah.
And then it's annually, you just go back.
Yeah.
And that can walk away from it.
And for me too, yeah.
And I think
So you already
like if we're seeing something
Yes.
of licensing, and if we need to switch, it doesn't cause any red flags.
Yeah.
Chili's,
Mhm.
right?
Okay, good idea. So
Agility,
agility, making sure you're
You're sitting.
balancing your
we're
colors.
sitting there, it will
Yeah.
always be on the agendas to do it. So that it won't get lost, and
Yes.
then like that last, oh, that was a couple of years ago.
Definitely.
So I didn't-
Bring you guys back.
Yeah, you back, cause I would like to answer that.
All right, so we're gonna bring this back just to get some feedback, and again, you're not making a decision today, because it's not agendized for that. But let's talk about some of the things that you heard from each other, some of the things maybe you learned, or think maybe in terms of progressing with what kind of committees you need, what kind of structure you might set up to review those. So I'm gonna let this group go first. What have you guys, thoughts from your small group? Okay,
Minimally, we're very open to whatever makes the most sense, and I think, minimizes administrative burden while still allows the, operations to continue in a transparent and, inclusive way.
Mhm.
I think more specifically, we felt like everything could be more of the informal non-Brown Act,
Mhm.
except for where we were debating was the finance committee.
Mhm.
And there's pros and cons, based on the history of the school,
Mhm.
that we were kind of wrestling with.
Okay, and when we talk about the history of the school, let's think too a little bit about where the slide I had about how, to re-engage after you've had a crisis and how now you're trying to not be sort of a, heavy-handed board, you had to be, but you're trying not to be anymore. And so how does that play into that too? If you're deliberately rethinking the board role in some of these things, how does that play into that too? With this side, what do you guys come up with?
Well, I found it interesting that Dr. Sun, because I was asking her, I was like,
Mm-hmm.
how, out of all the different many charter schools that you touched, how many have Brown Act committees? And she said almost zero. And so I would love to mirror that norm.
Yeah, so Samir asked me, does our school, and I was like, oh, actually, no, we don't have, we had one at one point in time, but that was a couple of years ago, we don't have one, we don't have any anymore Brown Act committees either. Yeah, so, I mean.
But I'm just learning, I don't know.
Yeah, no, but it's a good question, because I think some of us who've been in it for a long time, you kind of are like, oh, no, people don't do that anymore, and then you're like, well, apparently they do it here, so. And that's okay, I mean, you just need to make sure that's not something you're in it because it's the way you've always done it. You're in it because you need it, or you want it, or you have an outcome you're expecting from it, so.
And I was just gonna say, I think one of the things that came up for us was the finance committee, has this desire to stay Brown Act compliant, largely for the goal towards transparency, but there's nothing to say that the advisory committee couldn't be Zoom broadcast or couldn't be recorded or whatever it is that we want to
That's right.
provide transparency. It seems as though it may not really function as a board committee in the sense that nothing's getting voted on or passed.
And it goes back through the big board.
And then everything comes to the big board.
And in the finance committee, does having a finance committee, do you think that ever limits the conversation that is actually in public with the big board? So if the finance committee, for instance, meets at 2:00 on a, Tuesday, and not everybody can zoom into that, right? But the board meets at 7:00 on a Tuesday and everybody can zoom into that. If you're having the conversations, the deeper conversations at a time when nobody can really be there anyway, is that transparent? Or is it more transparent to have it to say, hey, we've had somebody who's a liaison who understands what the reports are, they've kind of double checked them. Now let's talk about it as a board at 7:00 at night when everybody's home and able to come. So just something else to sort of think about while we're, what about the idea of zeroing out your committees and starting again?
Did this group finish what your thoughts were?
More thoughts, yeah, more thoughts.
We were definitely talking about, deciding every year on where we fall, just so we can have flexibility.
Great.
There was one other point, we talked about the importance of having two board members involved as board liaisons, because in a lot of ways it gives two perspectives. And so there's a lot of value added in that. So whatever it may be, looking at not just necessarily appointing one liaison, but really having clarity and putting two in place if appropriate.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, and if it's liaison, if somebody can't make it.
Oh, yeah,
I
they
was
just
gonna
have
say
it.
that, yeah,
Yeah.
like I cancel the whole
Yeah.
meeting.
Right, don't have
That's
to cancel
exactly what I was
it.
thinking,
Yeah.
yeah. I was like, yeah, if it's a liaison, then yeah, two is easy, yeah. A board of two, that's tough, because if one of you can't make it or is late or whatever, you have to cancel the meeting and then reschedule, right? And then again, with transparency, is that transparent if you're continue to reschedule that meeting, so nobody even knows really when it is, right? And then you're having this open meeting, right, at a time when nobody knows when it is, so. Okay, other thoughts about committees? Okay, next thing we're gonna do then is I'm gonna switch up one more time, one more little mix up, and then we're gonna talk about the lead administrator evaluation. And again, this is just dialogue around sort of what you've heard today, around things that you maybe are reflecting on from, I know you're new to the process, so you're getting on the tail end of it, but as you're wrapping up, just structurally, are there things you think that could be improved in that? Are there ways you think you could, tweak your process, that kind of thing? So why don't I switch you two out to mix it one more time?
And this is looking at moving forward, because you want to start planning your process. If you have this conversation, then start thinking about moving forward for this next.
All right, so we'll give you 10 minutes to talk about this, then we'll come back and then we'll move on to our 45, we'll move on to we'll still be on schedule. So 10 minutes. Chat amongst yourselves.
They just found board members not did yours. So I would say the things that we do that are very different is it's not done by the
I don't
president,
even know
it's
where we,
really,
I guess,
we're
when are we
decided as a
set,
group.
when do
They
we plan to set
designate two
goals? 'Cause it's really.
members to do it, I've always liked that,
You're
don't you
being
agree?
evaluated.
Because it's whoever really is
Besides
compelled
your
and has the
job
time to
description.
do the work. But then they
So,
kind of get feedback
I
from
like the
everybody on
idea
it,
that
so I do
that
appreciate
about
that process.
checking in every
and
3
that
months to see
process.
where you are, how we're doing,
Everyone's voice that-
maybe
Yeah.
we have a
Yeah.
session.
Yeah. And they put the work that they do.
I call them more facilitators of the process, that
Liaison.
now they're the equal.
that helps.
But of,
Yeah,
so instead of it
we
being
can,
a board chair
you
doing
know,
that, it's
meet
two
more
people.
often.
Yeah,
and
that's
see
the
who we are, where we are, and
And I think
just work on that together throughout the year. Just be a great- and so
This
that,
is new to
again,
us.
it's we stay on the
Yeah.
plan, because they got switched back about.
Yeah.
Here, due to all the notes.
And just having something compiled. and then
Like, we don't want to
together
write
versus-
like what she was talking about.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well,
That
I
would be
think I'd like to
my
see what the rubric really looks like, because to me, I think any way that we can have standardization in that, I think would be a good thing.
Yeah, because I do think we can.
Well, no, yeah, I think,
Help ease the process for us as a board, and
Yeah, I've taken
the time we have to
probably
collectively work
something
on something is so small.
Yeah.
In closed sessions, that
feel like
it's anything where we
it's
can
broad.
maximize that time together.
And also
CSFC to us.
You know,
it's a double benefit, right?
Maybe we didn't use as much.
Or things that we, should.
I mean, I haven't got a chance. So, whether, maybe we're gonna count.
Yeah, that's
I showed it to her, I was like, I got a lot of work done this morning. It's dated today.
It's right until today.
Saturday morning, finished this and ran more.
Close and that too, I've been wanting to
No, I think,
evaluation for a long time, and
what I
they're.
did like about your presentation was the idea of to formulate the criteria of evaluation, because I think that
Individually, I think.
oftentimes it can be
Priority
very opaque in the sense of
for
like, what those guys might be expecting of you versus what you think they're expecting of you.
Well, and I like
And
that they have
this kind of really
different,
shouldn't
like,
exist. Like,
groups.
weird,
To me, I think it's
I
like,
the team
any
analogy.
way that we can even, I even wrote down, like, I guess there's like standards that you mentioned, that would be helpful, yeah, to kind of have it.
Nobody
Huh?
wants to be successful
Where you're
than the rest of us.
Adam
So it's
from everybody.
Yeah.
It's not about the whole.
Don't touch that, I'll do that.
Yeah.
So then as board, we can use that as data point,
School
to
context,
influence.
reading, whatever.
Because we know
But
what
it's
we
just-
experiencing.
Based off of
I don't think that any of us.
Um,
Just wanted to be.
The CSDC administrative evaluation tool that is fresh off the press that you guys can look at. I have samples of some other ones, that's not automatic, that was used for me, so whoever is.
I don't think-
liaison
Yeah, so
committee,
you don't need the toolkit.
Then
This is
I
the
can
toolkit
put
that
together,
actually you
yeah.
don't already have, right? There's the tools that you don't already
No,
have. So don't feel like you have to like, oh, it's either yes or no.
No, I just meant like, I haven't looked at it at all
Yeah,
to say like
actually,
which thing,
I-
which thing we would wanna take, but I
Yeah.
think that the overall spirit of it is great in the sense of being
Oh, like,
much more about
So they'll say to me,
support and
okay,
teamwork, and obviously there is an evaluation component, but like recognizing that that's
it's the
requirement, but not like the
Exactly,
overall.
that's exactly right, yeah.
Process is about.
Put a schedule.
I think the only close I have is just sort of going through my.
It
was a lot, we went a lot, so my job description.
Yeah,
was 53
In a general.
blue items.
No,
And then all the personality.
Yeah.
And that's what we want.
I definitely
Make sure we have like.
I think setting it up has gotten a fumble and things.
Yeah.
But it was,
question.
I think this year it needs to be like
That
our goals should be
direction
more.
to give to me. Yeah, right, oh,
Middle school, I think it need to.
manager.
It's almost
really want to
an
finish more about, well, yeah, you know, what do you think about stuff? And then,
Right.
well, put this system in place, or maybe I need
Yeah,
to.
we have my own position on that.
So whatever.
Identify
So.
things that are not met or not.
Right.
This is a work in progress, right? Like when you're ending to the next, it's not specifically, oh, we failed to succeed by August 2025. It's just that it's recognizing where we are. And so that we want to take ourselves.
Potential like those feelings around the calendar, so we did ask our sites.
And also the number of goals, so you know, we say like 3 to 5 measurable goals, so I mean, something you can actually tie up measurement to, not like. I don't know, if it's middle school, and I know it's not, I hear that stuff, and what Ashley says, but if you think about something like that, there's a whole lot around that, right?
We have something like that.
I mean, is that's just plus the measurement, but I mean, just like doors open, I mean, what if facilities didn't happen, what if, you know, funding didn't happen, what if, so usually that you'll get, so. I'd say, you know, secure the funding to open and right, right, and so you.
Yeah, and so it's like people will tell us this year, but it's like, to me, having this.
It's really good.
That's just something in our. Yeah,
And
yeah, exactly.
that was
Well, I mean,
usually.
it is, that you can get
I
done
took
in a
entire.
different way that moves it.
So
I think
that
that
will
will get to, so getting stuck on us.
But that
And
was
that's part of the reason.
I mean,
we
I'm
did
really
that.
interested in noticing it. Thank you.
And
Yeah,
that
why
was
would
really
we-
great.
She's always, she puts in the
It wasn't
stuff.
fair to you to go ask you.
I know, that, I mean, we're way too much.
No, you're
excited about
I thought
previous
it's the stuff
administration,
like
so-
maybe it was good today.
Yeah.
I know.
So it's a balance too, right, this one person. which-
That girl's probably in her twenties.
You can't extrapolate.
You didn't do this, right? You didn't do it, okay.
This
All right.
is predates.
Okay, all right, that's what I thought, I just.
There's, I don't know, and there's like.
Okay.
Guys, that's weird then.
That's what I'm saying.
I
Right?
pride myself in my work.
Well,
too.
yeah.
I doesn't stay on my work either, you know, and I don't want to be held accountable for something that I have zero.
No.
I guess the question is how you.
Yes, that's right.
One is
Yes.
creating the questions that allow for good data to come in, but two, it's what do we do with that data? Is it have the data, we just.
Right.
We take it,
Well,
and we
that's
say,
right, that's why.
you know, this is this, a summary of what the staff says. Just pull out the pieces that
It's like, how is that?
make sense, and you know, you throw out the score from the East-German judge.
Yes.
I don't know.
But there's interesting because doesn't matter.
My behavior shifts too.
Some of these are fine, like this one is for.
You can talk about that a little bit more.
Versus this one. is
Oh,
for-
interesting, I didn't even know
I'm not
that.
gonna
So it has nothing to do with the I don't know, it has to do with, you know, well,
Responses.
maybe,
Understanding.
and then there's something
Creating
behind it.
awareness with
So,
stuff.
yeah, actually,
Did
it's
you
fine.
put left twice? I don't
Yes.
remember, because you selected something.
And make sure
But
that
it has
all of those relations are
number given,
Mhm,
rather than the fact.
wonderfully good. I mean, that becomes a huge factor.
No, it didn't, of course, because it was weighted, it was weighted
It'd
in.
be like,
But-
uh,
But making those relations are wonderfully good, which is a high aspiration, doesn't mean you can.
I actually thought this was incredibly helpful.
So, right?
No, that's not. We haven't.
Right, so you, well, you can't cater to
I know,
everybody and
I
still
found
make
this word.
everybody happy, so
Things I.
that you're gonna have to be able to do
Oh,
it
yeah,
and
for
still
sure.
stay strong, and
For
there's
sure.
just
Like, is your.
you know, there's a
like,
way
board
to
chair
where there's a
facilitator
level of
also.
respect, even if I've said no, or I've said, done something that.
Yeah, that's right, and so then to the answer
Communication,
were.
encourage,
this was
that,
done last year.
okay.
No, it's just
No,
like,
we just did it.
we just did it.
That's what's happening.
Yeah, so in
And
preparation for today.
that's sometimes the best you
Thought
can
this
get.
was.
No.
But I think, but I.
And if I have a job or if I don't have a job.
Well, but I
This
think-
is feedback though, this isn't, I think you have to trust that the board is gonna evaluate that in the evaluation section, we're talking about the feedback section, right? So you have to, and if there's not trust with the board, then that's something you guys.
That's,
Right.
But I mean, but I think you have to interpret this in the, like, look at the Prop 39 process, right? Like, I know that this is where this, well, a lot of the concern is coming from. I think your presentation in the May meeting, where you explained the process and provided that transparency to the families, went a long way in them understanding what happened and why and who was responsible and all of those things. And so at the end of the day, the families were like, well, this is what it is, and we're kind of, you know, it's not that we did it in one way or another. This is kind of where we're stuck, where we are. And yes, not everybody was happy, but they kind of understood why we got to this point, where our hands were tied and where they weren't tied. And that, you know, that made, you know, I mean, these people are all, I mean, I understand some people will respond emotionally, but people will understand that, you know, as an organization, we have to make decisions in the best interest of everyone. And it may not make an individual happy, and we explain how we get there. That's what it is. But, you know, that everyone's opinion of the process is not just on you, it was on us too. You know, people have an opinion on the board as well. And we still have to make a decision.
So let's sort of bring this back to the whole group, since we're sort of doing that anyway, and I'm hearing some, you know, I'm hearing lots of things that I think we should, you know, or you should when we're gone, pull out and really, you know, talk about, yeah, it's fully gone, but we're just stirring it up and then we're gonna leave. So, but you know, lots of things to talk about. I mean, whether or not, you know, there's, again, back to that trust issue, right? If Kim gets, if you all decide on questions in a survey that goes out to the public, you've all decided you've agreed, these are the questions that are gonna go out. They go out to the public and they come back and they reflect negatively on Kim, but you all know that also some of these things were out of her control, right? Are you gonna say, oh, evidence right here, right? Now I'm gonna take this feedback and I'm gonna put it into your evaluation without any sort of reflection on the context? Is that, you know, that, I think that's a piece of the question. Is it data that is data you can interpret and sort of filter based on what other pieces of things that you know, or is it like, oh, you know, only 20% of staff thinks you're doing an effective job or something, right? And so therefore, that's a failure, right? I don't know that it has to be that black and white. So let me just sort of start with this side, thoughts about the process.
I forgot what we talked about.
I'm just casual, I'm like, I don't know where we're going.
Welcome to the glassing over of hour 4. At least it's so light outside.
Right, exactly.
We started off with,
Oh, the evaluation.
yeah, we appreciate that, we've been doing an evaluation approach of, I know it was recommended, like usually the board chair might take lead on that, but we typically designate 2 board members to help
Yep,
facilitate the
that's always
process.
fine,
It can
yeah.
include the
Yeah,
board chair or
sure.
not.
Mhm.
So we identified that as working well and we like that. Then where do we go?
We,
I was
but
just
we
learning
did
a lot
like.
from you guys, and then we were doing, I was asking about the
Yeah,
360
yeah.
and the toolkit.
Yeah, and I think we were talking about, like, I think it would be helpful to have a 360, just because, you know, one of the conversations we started having is like, you know, what should we even be surveying for an organization beyond the LCAP, and like, and looking at like maybe what that looks like versus the LCAP specific, and when do we incorporate the 360 into that? Is it separate or not?
But like generally, like not just, it has nothing to do with our executive director.
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah.
it is our feelings about
We kind of-
this topic, or this topic, or this topic.
That's great. Yeah, great information.
Yeah, surveying.
Yeah.
Just broad swaths
Exactly.
of like topics of our organization.
Mhm. So we start getting a better or wider sense of what is important in the organization versus what might not be.
So like a needs assessment for parents.
Could be that,
And it's
or
important.
staff too.
I think
Yeah,
it
yeah.
meets with different stakeholders, and parents could be
Well, they
one.
do for staff, so.
Yeah,
Well, also just considering how the board typically intakes or gets information, often very filtered by the time it gets to us, and through one person. So having those opportunities to get glimpses directly, I think also would suit us well, again, in terms of giving us a full portfolio of data points to work from.
We do that as a healthcare organization. It's important, so one of the ways that we can engage, like, are we doing a good job for ourselves?
Actually,
You know, there's a lot of blind spots, right?
that's a good point. So as healthcare, there's just all of a sudden a little light bulb went on. So when I go see my doctor, I get a survey every time.
Oh,
right?
yeah, I get
How was
paid
your-
all the time.
Yeah.
I get Unabomber, then I get this one.
And so I get
Yeah.
an individual survey, I'm going to see my doctor, how was that experience, how was the intake, how was the whatever.
All of
And
it,
then I get one, so I'm with Kaiser, so then I get one from Kaiser as a whole, right?
yes.
And they say, how did it go, based on your experiences this year, how are you feeling? And those are different things, so when we talk about evaluating the lead administrator, right? So there's a question about, how did that go, how did your interactions with this person go during the year, right? But also, how does the organization look during the year? And so I think that's a
But
common.
there's also a practice support survey that goes
Yes,
through the
right.
staff
Yeah.
that says, what do you feel is lacking versus
Yes.
helpful, which is
Right.
what do you need, do you have enough support? And then that's all taken in, where it goes, I don't know, but you know.
Well, it's in the
Somehow
board
gets
this
filtered
time,
into the
so,
right
yeah.
places.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah.
Well, and I believe, Kim, you set up a really good structure this year to say, okay, when are we gonna look at these things for needs assessment for the, so maybe as you do that quadrant that you showed us that talks about the needs assessment, maybe we fold something like this into that so that we can kind of have it already in your structure.
Nice.
And it does, the needs assessment does go out every fall,
Okay.
so it would be silly to do it at the right time.
The other thing that I'm gonna say, I heard on this side and mentioned it, but I'm gonna mention it to this side as well, is the number of things that Kim apparently had as goals from the board, and that this was maybe a one-off unusual year, but we recommend like 3 to 5. So if there were 50 something and plus another, that's more volume than we think you can appropriately evaluate. So really, having goals that are measurable, what, percent change do we wanna see here? What specific things would we like to see improved? How can we support that improvement?
So I'm gonna ask a clarifying question around that. So she is our employee of one. Some of the things I think that happened this year, were not necessarily. She needed to oversee, but it was really staff that reported to her.
Mhm.
We cannot direct the staff. She is our one person to make sure that's
Mhm.
happening. So how does that get folded in? Because we're giving her a category. I'll just pick the fiscal management for the middle school, because that was one of our goals
Okay.
for the year, is to get our fiscal management back on track for the middle school. But components of that
Mhm.
had to be delegated to the whole finance
Mhm.
department, but she's still that. Now, they could be seen as separate sub-goals, but there was really one goal.
But you're not giving those goals. She might be giving those goals or those directives to
Yeah,
staff.
of course,
But you're not.
understandable.
And so you're saying improve the financial middle
right,
school.
yeah.
Improve the financial middle school, and you're saying we will evaluate you based on these things. We'll evaluate you based on the middle school, was in the black this year as opposed to in the red. We will evaluate you on enrollment, measures to increase enrollment. These 3 things will evaluate you on metrics, will evaluate you on based on this goal.
Yeah.
But you wouldn't say, for instance, every Tuesday, make sure you're out front handing out flyers to increase enrollment, right?
Of course.
Yeah,
Are you asking if she's getting credit for the work that other people are doing?
No, I think the idea was that there's an overarching goal.
Yes.
With multiple sub-goals, I know,
what's
but,
the goals?
no, but I'm just saying, this is how it was.
But
Yeah.
That's what the organization, my whole, it came down to be, I had to answer to like all of my job description, plus then all of the blue sub goals. In terms of like my final evaluation that I was asked to submit.
Which, by the way, that process was brought to us by you and Dr. Hinman and recommended, and we just plugged into the process we were given. So yes, you have a job description, and then there was that extra stuff that you wanted us to prioritize for you. So we participated in the process that was brought to us.
those might not be goals, though. Prioritizing workload might not be goals.
Okay.
So I think.
And I do think, sorry, just to that point, when we keep using that term goals, I'll go back to what I said earlier, I think it's interpreted different ways by.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, and I think that's what I'm trying to maybe bring a
Yes.
little bit of clarity to, because it does sound like sort of there's different versions of what the goals are, and
Yeah.
and again, if we're trying to make improvement, if there's a barrage, if you can't drink from a fire hose, right? So if there's so much stuff coming at you, you can't actually make those improvements. But if you said balance the finances on the middle school, and I'm gonna hold you accountable for that, do it in whatever way, and please keep us posted. Maybe every closed session, maybe every trimester, whatever, but please keep us posted on things related to your evaluation. for the public, I'm not saying keep us posted on the finances in closed session, I'm saying as related to your evaluation, right? I need more support here, I'm feeling like this is happening here, those sorts of conversations, you're having all the fiscal conversations in public. Anyway, so those, so I don't know if that, I think maybe you guys should talk about what the goals are as well as what the goals should be, the
Yeah.
specific goals. So, and really think about how much involvement the board needs to have. Again, I'm a little hesitant on supporting anything called a sub goal.
Well, but I think sub goal versus metric.
Yeah, exactly, exactly,
Like, I think-
that's exactly.
Yeah.
So I just asked Betsy what we were talking about, 'cause I wasn't here when this whole.
Yeah.
thing started.
Okay,
Yeah.
But there were measurable outcomes underneath the
Underneath the
sub goal,
goal,
so when you
yes.
add all those up.
Yeah.
Maybe they're very numerous, but
Okay.
they're still
Yes.
all components of an overarching goal.
So I would say
Exactly.
make them less numerous then. So again, I don't know,
Do
you
you
know.
have examples you can send us?
I do, yeah, I can say, in the toolkit, I think there's some examples, in fact, there's some examples in the toolkit, so you can kind of look at those.
Yeah.
And really, what we usually do is say, you know, one goal, improve academic outcomes, and then you say, bring our students from, you know, this percentage to this percentage in this category, bring our second graders up to everybody exceeding, you know, standard kind of thing. That would be a goal.
Should it be that,
Regular.
yeah,
Yes, well,
Well, I guess the
yeah,
goal is improving academic outcomes.
Right, yes.
Yeah.
okay.
And the metrics, yes.
But-
So those academic outcomes for A, B, and C groups, because you have overall good academic outcomes. So as a more nuanced piece, you may say, oh, we're targeting this goal for this year. But the metrics, I really like you clarified the
Yeah, that's
metrics
helpful,
part of
yeah,
it
yeah.
is, okay, we're gonna look at task scores, we're gonna look at this.
Right.
You might have like student surveys as part of it, whatever it might be.
Yeah.
Those are metrics, they're not goals, but the big goal is the one that you're going
Yeah.
for.
And I think this is really helpful, and I think that
3 to
I would
5
say
metrics, yeah.
the challenge is that the previous evaluation cycle hasn't finished yet, and I think that's probably making this more difficult. Cause I think if we were done and we were making new goals, then we could kind of.
Yeah, yeah.
Forget
Right,
the
Right.
the
but
thing
you're
and
in
start.
the weeds of doing.
We're kind of in
yeah.
between, so we're straddling both, and so we're remembering all of that. I think if we know that going forward, we're gonna make this a little cleaner and not as. There you go.
What I've really appreciated is that you guys are actually having conversation and dialogue.
For sure, yeah.
There's not full agreements, there's a little bit of pushback and that, but that's healthy. That is healthy.
Right, absolutely, that's why you're not all cookie cutters of each other, right, you're gonna come at this from bringing in different experiences, you know.
Yes, and then you come to consensus as it's called the governance team, right? And which is inclusive of your lead administrator,
Mhm.
but you come together into consensus as a team.
Well, and it's sensitive too, right? Cause it's
Yes,
it's your job, right?
right?
And we don't want you to
Yes, I
feel.
feel on the hot seat.
You know what? I think the way Kathleen was talking about it was really helpful in the sense that it's not necessarily shortcomings, it's where you need more support, right? And
That's right.
I know it's looking at things in two different, I mean, it may be parsing words a little bit, but I mean, it's a useful way to parse things so that things don't become unnecessarily personal or emotional. I'm not sure, I don't wanna, but
Yeah.
because ultimately, and I said this over here, but we're trying to get from point A to point B together, and that's the target, not nobody wants to be punitive here, that's not the goal.
And that's the sense I've gotten from every single board member I've spoken with, is that this is about moving the entire organization forward. And you may have different perspectives, you may have different ways of doing it right now. And again, bringing the conversation together is like, oh, this is how we all move forward together, rather than, oh, let's all try to get our way to get to what we want to do from our different ways, so.
And I think maybe just closing this section out, talking about, just remembering again that you are all on the same team, right?
Mm-hmm.
And if one player isn't, it needs more support, right? Or needs more practice in the outfield or whatever, you guys wanna win, right? So let's get out there and give them the practice, right? And throw the ball or do whatever, have an extra practice, have whatever you need to support the team. But really, and that goes for anybody really on the team, right? But at this point in time, we're talking about your evaluation. So what sort of support can we give Kim to be the most effective member of this team she can possibly be? So. Okay, so we'll leave it at, and I'll turn it over to the closing out of this.
Well, we have a 5-minute break and I wanted to ask you, you wanna take your 5-minute break and then we'll come back?
We're all in the wrong seats.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So my executive director report on.
Thank you. All right, so we are now back. So just a quick wrap up of this section of the workshop. So there's recommendations for follow-up, and these were bullets that Catlin had created based off of your own self-evaluation. And then some of the other pieces too that we've been discussing. So we want to just quickly go over those, but then ask you also, do you have anything else on your to-do
Yeah, what else
list?
do you want to add to the list?
Yeah, to add to the list.
So the first one is updating your current bylaws. I think that came up in I think some of these are also best practices, but some of them I think came up in the evaluation. So updating your current bylaws. And again, that can be an easy process. You can look at it and say, this is everything we do now and we want to continue with that. But I did have an experience once looking at somebody's bylaws. They were so old that this is a true story. They were so old. It was a charter school that had been in business for about 10-ish more, maybe than that years. And they still had old bylaws that allowed the superintendent who authorized, of the district who authorized to weigh in on things, which had been an agreement in the beginning for the first year of getting things set up. And, now it was a different superintendent. It was not a good relationship. But if that superintendent had come forward and said, here are your bylaws, I get to weigh in on X, Y, and Z, right, would not have been a good situation. So just check those, make sure that it's what you mean to have in there. Review and reapprove your school policies. We recommend every 2 years. This was something that came up on your evaluation. So possible process to do that would be like I described earlier, to have a couple on your agenda every time. Then strengthen the executive director evaluation process. We talked about that today, ways to do that. Sort of planning to plan. You have some new tools that you can use. You have some practices you like. How do you make that process better? Mandatory ethics training, I put this on here, so have you guys completed your mandatory ethics training?
It's our next meeting.
Okay, great, so that's 2 hours, we'll give you a certificate are you having somebody come in or?
YMCA.
Okay, so they'll give you a certificate, but that's, we're making sure as we get to the end of this year that everybody's getting that checked off their list. Staff and board, roles and responsibilities, development, I think this might have come out of a little bit of our conversations as well. What does everybody need to be fully effective in your role? What do you need as a board to be effective? What does Kim need from you to be effective? How can you support each other? And, that's something maybe you want to talk about, agendize, how can you support each other at one of your meetings? I mentioned this on your website, review that list of responsibilities, roles and responsibilities. Is that still what you want on there? Is that accurate of what you're doing? Should there be improvements? Should there be additions to any of the roles on there, including the secretary and the board president? Creating a governance handbook. This came up in your self-evaluation, that governance handbook is something that you think you don't have and maybe need.
Sorry, I just want to, we do have
You
one.
have a-
What we need to do is review it along with
Okay.
the bylaws and make sure everything is synced up and then updated, given.
Perfect, thank you for that
Conditions,
clarification.
yeah.
Yeah, perfect, that's
Very
great.
good.
So yeah, if you update that. I realize I left one off of this list too. Consider additional fiscal training, again, related to risk management, per your self-evaluation. Is there anything, do you want to bring in somebody to, talk to you about that? Specifically, probably I would suggest around auditing, which has been a big red flag for boards lately. Do you feel comfortable with the auditing process? Do you want somebody we offer sessions like this at our conference. I'm plugging our conference once again, but truly we offer workshops, and you can go and listen to how boards best, work around things like risk management, insurance, audits, all of those sorts of things. The one that I don't see on here, but I remember in our planning conversation, was strategic planning. So if you are thinking about strategic planning for your school as you move forward, I actually have 3 folks I can recommend that we work with all the time and refer out to do strategic planning. If that's something that you guys are interested in, I can get you some contacts for that. And also I can get you other schools they work with, and you can talk to them and say, how did this go? Again, at our conference, we often have people come and present as a team. So it's the person who did the strategic plan along with the school, and how did that work for you, and those sort of dialogues. So those are recommendations for sort of follow-up based on our conversations, based a little bit on Ting's conversations with you guys, our self-evaluation, and then things that we just sort of added as best practices. So thoughts or questions about that? Okay, all right, moving on to you for the closing.
Yes, so we're gonna go to the next slide for the closing. All right, so this will be a quick closing, and then I still have a little section to kind of get you guys launched into your conversation around goal setting. So, and let's get into it. So hopefully we got some sun and all that. So here we go. All right, closing up the section of the workshop. Talked a lot at you today, lots of information. Hopefully you've had some good dialogue going on. So what I'd like you to do is just spend 5 minutes of reflection and just jot down a quick note for each one of these. So what about today that we either talked about or you had in your conversation, small group conversations, really stands out for you? So the next question is, what about today that makes sense to you, that aligns with what you've been thinking about? So what seems to align? What squares with you? Squaring what makes sense. And then the very last one is what's still circling? What do you still have questions about? What are you still wondering about? What are you still thinking about? Not fully resolved, but you're continuing to think about. Okay. In the interest of time, so I'm gonna go around here, and I'd like to share one or two of these. And if you only want to share one, that's fine. If you want to share one, that's fine. So let's just go around the table. You want to start with Samir again? With you before.
Sure. I will start with a triangle, I guess. I think that through the discussions that we've had both in the small session and what you said at the beginning, I think the central theme of trust kind of resonated with me quite a bit. And how can we foster it more, both just amongst the 6 of us, but also within the community.
Very nice.
Oh, my turn.
Yeah.
I think for triangle, it's I think a need for board norms as we work together as a group and a team. Help foster that trust.
Yes.
I'll share a square, what aligns and makes sense for me as our role as board members. I think,
Okay.
you know, that fits in what my expectations are, but what I thought is, while we, you know, we're special as OPA and we have our unique things, that when it comes to governance, we really don't need to reinvent the wheel.
Yes, very nice.
So, yeah.
Great observation. Yes.
I'm circling about our direction ahead and how we can zero whatever that term was, the zeroing out.
Oh,
of
the
things,
zero base.
Zero
yeah,
basing
committee,
committees
yeah.
and how we're thinking about things and
Yeah.
And, going along with the trust stuff.
Yeah. And you're in a good place because you're coming in new and say, hey, we don't have to do it this way.
Yeah.
Hey, that's great.
So I think standout was kind of the conversation around like that organizational needs assessment. I think that was something like to me, as we continue to try to move forward, I think the more we can get more voices and more people kind of helping us plot that course. I think that was something that I think was really a good takeaway for me. And then I'll just add one square, and I really liked that we were all aligning, like we were having different perspectives, but we as a group were really able to have a good dialogue and conversation to get to a good place.
Yes. Nice. Okay, you get to have the last word.
I think kind of, like Dr. Akashi, I think I'm circling on like moving the organization forward. What does that next level look like? And how do we build that plan to make that come to life? So.
Very nice, and such a nice segue for this next section here
Right.
about kind of looking at the future. How do you move together into the future? So the next slide. Okay, so it's planning your goals from here. So I'm promising you some time for you guys to really be able to start thinking about that. Although late in the afternoon on a Saturday after a long day may not be the most ideal time, but you know that's where we are. So the future state of OPA. Strategic planning and establishing your board goals. So I'm just going to go through a few slides to get you that's launched on it. So we go to the next slide, please. All right, so we had talked about, this is a lot more clear in the thing, but we had talked about charter school being organizational innovations, and that you start with student results and then you build an organization around it. So the idea that zero-based committee, for instance, is something around, well, what are our needs? And then let's build our committee structure, our liaison structure to fit those needs. And if you're in that mindset of, we're not just going to use the organization and work around the kids, you're not going to work the kids around the organization, you're going to work the organization around kids, right? Okay, next slide. All right, so here's your mission and vision. And I'm going to tell you guys, you have an awesome mission and vision. So I go to some charter schools and their mission is very blah, you know, and it's so generic and all that. And you really have a very nice mission and vision here. So you believe that all students are unique, gifted individuals. You're committed to working collaboratively to develop lifelong learners in a safe environment where students are challenged, scholarship is expected, and differences are valued. So you put these things very clearly in place, and your vision is to create a center for higher learning where students transition from kindergarten to 8th grade are prepared to pursue university academic studies, as well as gain skills to be successful in the global community in the 21st century. You might want to put 22nd century because the pace of change is happening so fast. And our students do not just meet, but exceed grade level expectations. Lovely mission and vision. You have that going for you. So next one. And not only do you have your mission and vision, but you actually have your theory, your theory on how you're going to achieve that mission and vision. And that's outlined in and I just took all this from your website. You do it by, you achieve that mission by very clearly emphasizing high academic standards, implementing the theory of multiple intelligence, engaging the community in service-based learning. I'm not going to read you every single one of these, but you got a clear pathway, right? How often do you as a board look at these and go, how good are we doing this right now? How good are we doing this right now? Right? How good are we at doing this right now? And that's where the board should be looking at, is you've got your theory of practice. So how are you implementing those? Are you implementing them to fidelity? How are you measuring whether you're successful at these components or not in achieving your mission and vision? Okay, so I will tell you, there's a lot of charter schools where I'm like, you're not any better than traditional school, why bother, right? But you really have this kind of innovative, creative idea on what your mission is and then how you get there. So utilize this in your thinking and strategic planning. So next slide, please. All right, so just real quickly, strategic thinking is defined as the ability to generate new insights on a continual basis and to achieve competitive advantage. And this starts going back to what I was saying at the very beginning about that innovation and your charge as education reformers. Next slide. Okay, and so just some slides on what's strategic thinking versus strategic planning. So strategic planning, we talked about a lot of organization. You may have been on a strategic planning session with your organization, and those are great. They're defining specific objectives, outlining action plans. They're structured, analytical, and so you're planning things out. All great things. But what I'm saying is you also need to do strategic thinking, which is more consistent. And it goes back to, is the organization, what you're doing actually meeting the needs of the organization? And that's dynamic. That's always happening. And then that going to like future state, what if, why, what should be? So keeping your eye on thinking strategically ahead, not just making plans. Okay, keep going. Next slide. Okay, another slide that's kind of the difference between planning versus strategic thinking. Again, not gonna like, okay, so you've got your LCAP goals, which is great to hear you all talk about how you will try, you're aligning your items and priorities to your LCAP goals. So I want to remind you, you already have goals. And so key to these, whether you're looking at an evaluation or you're looking at creating what the board needs to do in order, your own board goals in order to meet these goals. That's continue to keep that LCAP goals in mind. And so those are your 4 things right now. Okay, next one. All right, so leaving you with this. So as you think about how you're going to develop these board goals or develop these goals, think about your timeline. What's your target date? Is it in alignment with your LCAP process? Resources to review, and we talked a lot about this. How do you gathering the data, right? How to get a pulse on the organization as a whole. So what are those things that you feel like you need to do? We've touched on a lot of that in the conversation. Then what's the needs assessment? You guys talked about the needs assessment, right? I would recommend that if you do a strategic planning, that you do a SWOT analysis. Does everyone know what a SWOT analysis is? There's strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats. And that slide I had about risks, that kind of meeting future risks, where there's reputational, educational, operational, economic threats, all those you want to consider as you're planning for the future. And then any additional professional development that you might need as a board. We talked a lot about that as well. CSDC provides a lot of resources and support in conferences and workshops for that. And then the process. So how are you going to then how are you going to embark upon those board goals? Are you doing a board workshop? This might be the first step. Are you going to have committees? Are you going to have staff, just have the staff come up with recommendations? So what is your process for that? For doing that. So these are the 5, I think, areas of consideration as you start and prepare to talk about your goals. Okay, next slide. Okay, so one of the things that I find interesting, I like to bring this in around kind of organizational development. And so when you start an organization, like a startup charter school, any organization, you're in this kind of forming mode. And so there's a high degree of guidance needed. The roles are unclear, and the process is usually not very well established. And so you're just in that forming mode. And then you move into something called the storming mode. You start understanding how teams decisions are made. You start clarifying their purpose and relationships, but it's still kind of blurry. Then you move into something called norming, in which the relationships are better understood. You've got some clarity around what your direction is, and then you begin to work to optimize the team. And then ideally you get to that state of performing, where team is committed to performing well, there's a focus being on strategic, and team runs well with little oversight. We all want to get to the performing stage, right? Where do you think you guys are in this organizational process?
I would say, I think this is I struggle with this because in certain aspects of the organization, we're really performing, like when it comes to our academic part. I think that's where the performing is already there.
Yeah.
But I do feel like there's other areas of the organization that we're more in 2 and 3.
Okay, I think that is a really fair assessment, and I would say that's really, so as you're looking at prioritizing, this might be something you want to look at as well. Say, oh, this is an area that we're still forming that we need to get here. And here's the thing is that organizations don't stay in any one of these quadrants for very long, right? You're constantly spinning through these quadrants, and it could be different aspects. Sometimes you're a little bit imbalanced, like Delight just pointed out, sometimes you might be forming in one area, but then you're really performing in another. So you're constantly moving, but also what happens when you lose staff, or you have changes that happen all of a sudden, you could be performing and then you go right back to forming mode again. So just understand that this is organization, there's no blame here. This is just how organizations work, but understanding the kind of framework for where you're starting is another way. So we threw a lot of colors at you today. We talked about colors when it comes to personality. We talked about the ways of engagement. That's also colors. This has colors in it. I'm very visual, so I like colors. But I think all of these really help you kind of think in terms of, okay, where are we? And then getting you back to a framework, because when you start getting into these conversations and there might be some tension and all that, it's always good to go back to some frameworks to help guide you and ground you. Okay, next one.
Can I make another little observation or comment here, maybe a different take on applying that model more to us as a group?
Yeah.
As well as OPA's leadership team. And
Yes.
I would say in the last year or two, we've been dancing between forming and storming. Just because there's been so much turnover at different levels of the organization, including the board. So we've been like stuck there, and until we can get some stability in the team members, it's really hard to move into the norming and performing.
That is such an insightful observation. You're absolutely right. You're absolutely right. And that's kind of what we've been working on, some of the conversations, which led to some of the conversations today. So perfect. Perfect. Thank you. Any others? All right. All right. I have a quote from Elon Musk. Now, no matter what you think about him right now, you could say he's an evil genius, you could say he's a great genius, whatever, but irrespective of anything political, I'd like to leave folks with this thought with him. So no matter what you think of Elon Musk, whether he's evil or good, he's a genius, right? He's just a genius. And he was asked on a TED Talk maybe 10 years ago or something about his Tesla. And so what he said was, he talked about branching stream of probabilities, because he's this like future thinker, right? And he says, well, what I'm really trying to do is introduce something new to the probability stream. And so he says the fundamental value of a company like Tesla is the degree to which it accelerates the advent of sustainable energy faster than it would otherwise occur. And so when I think of what is the fundamental good of a company like Tesla, I would say hopefully that is accelerated that by a decade, potentially more than a decade, that it has accelerated that sustainable energy. That's really why he started Tesla. And he says, that's what I would consider to be the fundamental aspirational good of Tesla. It's not about electric cars. It's about how you create sustainable energy. And by creating the Tesla cars, he has entered something into the probability stream that accelerates sustainable energy. So my question to you is, what will OPA put into the stream of probabilities that will accelerate education for the future? What is your aspirational good, right? So if you think about that paralleling is, and this goes back to my conversation about charter schools. So if you could go to the next slide, please. This is what I was saying about charter schools, right? Charter school reformers. What are you introducing into that larger probability stream that will accelerate the advent of better education for kids, not just in California, but maybe in the country? So in order to do that, everybody has to step out of their comfort zone. And so where this happens, this is, if you, that's where, that's not where you're gonna do it. So we have to step up. And your job as a board is to focus on that. Okay, and I think that's all I have. So go back, next slide. I don't remember all, okay, so then it goes back to your school. All right. Okay, so that's it. It's 2:30. We don't need to leave for another like 20 minutes, ish moments and all that. But this is your opportunity to then start thinking about and looking at your goals, and you could use those 5 areas about that I had introduced on how you might go about it, but this is kind of now to you. This is your meeting now. What's that?
Well, I think my takeaway from what was just kind of
Yeah.
shared is, we're all, maybe some of us reconciling with where we're at in certain stages of like the evaluation process, et cetera. And then balancing that then with what we've learned today. So trying to think through like, then what's a good next step?
I see.
Yeah.
And so maybe that's the conversation for now, right? Is what are the next steps? So if you're taking what you've learned today and you know you have this list of things also that we've suggested, and then we're talking about goals and we're talking about maybe changing up some of the administrative goals sort of as well. So maybe what do you need? What's your next step? What would bring you to the next step?
I think what Ash's his request about like seeing some kind of examples of kind of how this process plays out in terms of setting your board goals or non-traditional goals. Cheat off your neighbors.
Sure,
Yeah,
that is sure, but that's what charter schools are so good at that open source sharing stuff.
Yeah.
I have never had a charter school say to me, if I've asked, if I've seen something great, said, hey, can I borrow this? I've never had them say no. I've also said, could we borrow it and can I let everybody modify it, right? So it's not even, there's no copyright, we're just taking your thing and kind of putting it out there, right? Absolutely, so yeah, schools are really good about that. I can actually, probably if I get on the Wi-Fi, I can just send you guys the board goals for Kairos that I'm gonna work with, and that might be helpful.
That'd be very helpful.
So if I can, I'll do that real quick, and then at least you'll have those to talk
And then
about.
also like the login information, so that we can.
Oh, yeah, I'll send a message. That's a little out of my skill set.
Like we created a new user and said that my OPA email was already taken.
Oh.
So then I just went to forgot password and then I was.
Oh, cool. All right.
Yeah, so.
So
Where?
maybe the.
I was definitely paying attention to all the first.
Yeah, we wanted to give you some time back because I know it's precious and you're here all together, and so we weren't sure how you wanted to go about doing the goals.
What
but
are we
kind of-
allowed to talk about? It's like
Anything that's on the agenda,
Yeah,
you can talk
what's
about.
on the agenda?
You can't make,
Our goals,
I do.
like discussion about our goals.
Our goals.
Yeah.
So that's.
yeah.
Arrogant enough to where you can.
It's pretty broad, it's pretty broad.
As well, it's, can I just
Yeah.
propose to that, I would love to walk away from today as less open-ended as we can about how we're gonna go about setting the goals. Obviously,
Yes.
we're not gonna get to setting them today probably, but I would love to have a plan of next steps that's clear. That is, again, because we meet so infrequently, things tend to get lost or forgotten.
Right.
So if we can just at least walk away with a plan,
Yeah.
that would be great.
Yeah, and that's pretty much my idea, so I wasn't sure how you guys wanted to go about doing that, so. But,
Can I ask how you guys have set them in the past, and you, in terms of a framework, do you start with the LCAP on the board and kind of go from there, or do you?
It's been done differently every year. And honestly, one year it was the strategic,
Oh,
the strategy development committee did a lot of the work. And then they brought it to the board, and then that was kind of what was adopted. And then another time last year was Kim and Chuck Hidman worked on it, and then they kind of brought something to the board.
Is
So
there kind of a best practice personally, but is there like a
I don't
way that
think-
worked better or worse than? the
I don't
others?
think we've never found a good sweet spot. I think it was.
Starting with a blank page is so.
Yeah.
What are our needs? Because I think we should just identify the needs.
Okay, I do think one thing that is at least from where I sit, is, this year, our charter renewal is coming up. Which to me is a good thing. And just like, you know, that's huge. And I don't want that lost anywhere. And so to me, that is something that has to be somewhere in this space, so.
For the whole organization part.
And
Well, SOC.
SOC's
and it
charge.
should be tied, like, what we're working on loss determination, that issue go hand in hand.
That's probably, there's simply a lot of redundancy.
Yeah.
Are we doing WASC for the elementary or just for the middle? The first
We're preparing this year to do all three.
I think if we want to be effective, we need to rethink about the committee structuring in terms of whether they're like official committees or if they're just gonna be. Because we can't have them canceled because someone can't show up. And I think it was a triangle for me about the fact that other schools don't have Brown Act committees, and I think we can maybe work on considering that in some form. And I think if we do that, we might be more effective and productive as well.
Well, and perhaps for that specific one, that could, I don't see that as a board goal. I think that's just literally something that's agendized.
It's
for
a
the
need.
next-
I
Yeah,
think it's a need.
yeah.
Yeah.
I think that's something that could be agendized at the next meeting for us to just formalize and vote on, just to get it done.
on the topic of bylaws, handbook, all that sort of stuff, like are the like what is needed to be done to do?
So the challenge this last year was, the biggest challenge that you have with the handbook is the handbook has not been updated to align with the charters. And so the biggest thing is the charter school renewal needs to happen. So when that happens, then the handbook and the bylaws come underneath it. So that's kind of.
Best to wait until.
Well, we need to understand what the timeline needs to be for the renewal, so then we can kind of figure out.
Do you have a date?
I don't know. I know that's coming up at one.
So that also feeds into when we do make a decision about our committees. Previously, that task had been assigned to the governance committee. So if we are considering not having that committee anymore, I would still recommend that we have, just like we do for other ad hoc tasks, assign a couple board members to work with leadership to do it. When we get to that point of making a decision. Again, I'm trying to get us to not only identifying the list of things, we're really good at that. It's what is the next step to get that thing done? Because this one has been swirling for a year now.
Yeah.
But it sounds like to accomplish this, we first do the charter renewal and then we update the bylaws, or is it not necessarily in that order?
I don't think it needs to go in that order.
We just need to make sure it adheres to it.
Yeah.
That's the big thing, because they have to all be in alignment.
What about the school policies where they talked about like 2 or 3 every meeting? How is that different than the bylaws and how many policies are there? Can we get through a year? Like how long,
Can we get through all of them in a 2
like how many do you need to go through every meeting to even get to finish them in a year?
You talk to YMC.
Is that fit on the?
That's achievable?
So I think what we would have to do is go back to the board as a presentation and discussion. And then, because they have a different list from the YMC list. And so I would have to ask the board, would you want us to go with the charter school development centers? Like list and task, do we want to go with just YMC? And the only reason I mentioned that is because it was mentioned here today. I did talk to Miriam at YMC and she did give me a list of just like dedicated policies. They're all student related. There are no like HR policies. They're mostly the student policies that are mandated. And then there are other compliance mechanisms that we have to have in like our annual renewals and updates. So when I was mentioning the 60 mandated, she's like, well, there's only these mandated policies, which are like 15. But then there are these other components that have to do with your annual updates and the other things that you have to do. So she sent me that spreadsheet, so I would bring that back to the board. We could talk that through and then you could tell me what direction you want me to go in.
I think I'd also like to add lean more into a recommendation to us when you make that, go through that, with the expectation that there's been some level of scrutiny and reconciliation between the different sources, because now, if I show up to me and you say, well, there's YMC as a source, there's this as a source, which one do you want me to use? That's not gonna be enough information. I'd like to have your insight on how,
Like, what do you prefer, what is for?
what you think is gonna be best for our organization and to work from, and maybe it's gonna be, it depends, right? So what would that process look like to, again, go from those standard templates to what's best for OPA? And that process, again, I think should come to us in the form of recommendation. And then also looking at in total what they're recommending versus what we have and plotting out over an annual basis, then what that looks to us like if we don't have a governance committee. And I'm not saying we won't, but if we don't, we're gonna do it as a whole as a board throughout the year, each board meeting. How's that gonna play out in terms of how many policies per meeting? Approximately, because we know things can fluctuate.
It sounds like a great plan.
And it's a 2 years, it's sort of.
Yes,
Okay, whatever the.
No, I'm just
Yeah,
saying,
totally.
just cause like,
Yeah.
just.
we have
Sure,
tried.
like 2 years, so.
But they, some of them have been updated since like 2018.
And then this might be too much for the next board meeting too, but a level of prioritizations of what ones we need to get to first. Whether due to mandate or knowing our needs, like I believe we have one hanging around the complaint procedures.
Yeah.
And what we talked about today, like what do you do if this happens, they need to go straight to the board or whatever. Like things like that that we've talked about, I think if you can also put those at the top as you start to build the list.
What can you find about?
I'll show you. I was just gonna show you.
Okay.
It's actually one click from the main page.
So, she said.
Because you go forward track yours specifically for the page.
Not on the actual.
Yeah, so it's literally, it's required, it's a requirement. So if you
Very
click on
transparent.
board policies, there literally is a section on each type of policies that exist. Yes. And then you can look up by business.
So it has nothing to
I
do
don't
with.
think Well, these are all final.
If you just Google our bylaws, those pop right up.
No, we're talking about.
She said,
Oh.
that this.
This is the.
You've got it.
And they also say, it's nice as this is, they even say.
Oh.
If you want
I
to.
don't. I was not-
It even says.
I love you that, even if I'm sitting right next to all of you at a board meeting. That boggles my head.
That's what.
It's like a.
The brown act.
That's- it's like, even in this room, when we're all sitting here together, I can't forward an email around federal.
That's true. You can't, that's true.
Can I give you the rest of the emails?
I'm sending it.
Oh,
I'm on it.
I didn't even see your laptop there for some reason, they just.
Well, are we sticking with, because we had an overarching 6 goals that have been measurable stuff. Are we sticking with those 6 goals and then the measurability of them are what we're defining these specific things on?
Can you refresh for especially?
Okay, so goal 1 is continuous focus on academic success of all students through high quality instructional programs and professional learning. Goal number 2 is climate and culture, recruit, maintain, train, evaluate, and support high quality employees. Goal number 3 is fiscal solvency and stability, provide fiduciary oversight and implement compliance requirements. Goal number 4 is strategic communication and cycle of operations, update policy, compliance requirements and operational cycles, and create coordinated understanding with all stakeholders. Goal number 5 is student safety, equity, access, and inclusion. Students have access to a supportive and inclusive environment that fosters academic, social, and emotional development. And then number 6 was governance. Board policy is updated, documentation is aligned, and long-term, short-term proactive strategic planning is annually implemented and reviewed. And then after, under those, we had picked specific measurable metrics.
Very similarly represent years what
Yeah.
So, are these considered goals? Cause if there's, these are goals, that's more than what.
These are the goals that we set this year as a
Oh, I
board.
see.
As a board, not goals,
Not-
not goals for Kim to do, but goals.
Oh,
I don't keep saying goals.
Like
Goals.
They
It's a
roll
board,
into
board
what
goals.
They roll.
to do.
So I guess how are we parsing?
Can
that?
you mentor us on what that looks like?
We have these goals
Mhm,
for our organization, and then Kim had things to help us achieve those goals.
mhm.
So those were what she was.
So the board
evaluating.
goals are really gonna be what you all should be doing as a board. And Kim's goals are gonna be how she, so it's the difference between governance and management, right? I guess they could technically, if your goal was to open a middle school, and then her goal was to, you know, some sub goal of that, to use your phrasing, but if there was some sort of, I mean, then I could see how they would connect, but otherwise it would sort of be, the goal of the board would be to, you know, ensure fiscal accountability. Did you guys, I sent you guys the
I
Kairos.
think these sound like our goals.
I just sent
Yeah.
them. I
Okay,
just
yeah.
sent them.
Well, some of her job description
Right.
is making our goals happen.
Exactly.
We're not evaluating her on her whole job description, you're just setting some goals for the year. So you're really saying, these are your goals, these are things that we wanna measure, how are you doing in those? So I would say those are different goals, different, although there could be some crossover, they're not the same goals.
Well, like. If we were cycling back to the earlier conversation,
Mhm.
one of the examples you gave was improving or maintaining or improving academic
Mhm.
performance. So that one is almost identical to
Under
the first.
goes, we had it under goal number 1, so.
Yeah,
Okay,
So we align, her goal aligns with our goal.
okay, that could, yeah, it could, I mean, there are places where that could happen. I think it's, her goals aren't all your goals, though.
I guess
How is
technic-
that?
I guess technically her goal wouldn't necessarily be to update board policies, that's our goal, is that what you're saying, although we need her help. to do
Right,
that.
yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah, your goals would be to have updated board policies, right? And then however you carry that out, if that's something you ask him to do, but your goal is to, by the end of the year, because it requires, it's a heavy lift on the board, right? And so that's something you guys want to prioritize. You know, if you both have goals for academic achievement, that makes sense, but you're gonna have a different sort of goal. Maybe what I'm thinking now is that the goals that we're talking about are too broad. So the goal should be, the board should approve the goal should be approve all new board policies in the next 12 months. Make sure that we've approved, because your job is to approve, right? Her job is to bring those to you. So, you know, assist the board in updating all their board policies or, you know.
So does that mean our goals are too broad, or her goals?
I mean, some of these things are like yearly operations that just have to happen all the time. Is that a goal? Like
I know, I think
fiscal
goals
stuff.
are smaller. I think goals are sort of smaller, something that you can accomplish within the year.
Okay,
Because you're only giving her a year to do it. So what can you accomplish within that year? What can you as a board accomplish in that year?
can you read them again? Like,
Yeah.
these are very, we can
What
like
she read
pause
on
on each
Kairos
one.
Center, very similar.
Similar, sounded like what I was.
Goal 1 is academic programs and student learning, continuous focus on academic success of all students through high quality instructional programs and professional learning.
So I don't think that's something we do
That is
all the
something we do.
time. It's
But
not
then Kim
necessarily.
had
like a-
specific things under it that she then had to go implement or do.
No, let me look up, I think I have.
Could I also propose, cause I'm starting to hear, we're gonna have probably 2 different sets of goals.
Yeah.
But one more focused on us as a board and our functions. And then there could be things then that overlap with the goals then we have for him. But to me, then we should set goals for our board specifically around the 5 functions that were set for a board. So academic success, fiscal accountability, governance, evaluation of the ED, and charter advocacy. And I get, then we will set some goals for Kim specifically to help us achieve some of our board goals in those areas, right?
Mhm.
But to me, we would set some,
For ourselves.
yes, for
Yes,
ourselves
I
in
think
those
that's
buckets.
appropriate, yeah,
Okay.
we need to separate that.
I think
Yes.
so. Yeah,
Yeah, I guess that's the challenge, cause it's to accomplish a lot of the things on our list, we still
absolutely,
need Kim's.
because we can't function without
We can't, yeah, we don't.
facilitators.
Okay, so should we do that?
Wanna be the facilitator.
Yeah.
It's a whole new series that could come out,
Yeah.
streaming on Netflix.
So obviously, so we can take the easy one, so one, governance, right? We've clearly identified today what we need to do, I think, around the handbook, the bylaws, alignment with the charters, so that could be one of our goals. And then the second goal, maybe for the year, because we want to not overcommit, is getting our board policy development and review process established and functioning.
Well said.
So that's another, right?
All right, one more. Nice.
We're gonna do that word for word in the minutes.
Yes, please.
Can I, actually, since you're on governance, can I just, I just looked up, because again, I'm doing their training on Tuesday, I have the Kairos board goals I sent you. Now, let me just read you a couple of their superintendent goals. So under governance, for superintendent goal, assist the board with accomplishing their adopted goals. What's the measurable? Biannual progress reports. That's what they're using to measure that, right? And so then in February, his February progress was all areas of the board goals are meeting the established measurables. So it's small, it's bite-sized, it's something that he's chunked out of their, or that they have chunked out for him of this is how you can help. Property, land sale agreement in place. This is a goal for the year. Land sale agreement in place. So not open a new middle school, right? Just land sale agreement in place, right? I mean, so measurable, right? The measurables were the PSA agreement in place, merit hearing approved, political connections developed. So those were maybe what you're calling sub goals, right? And we're calling measurables or metrics or something, right? And then his progress was merit in February is merit hearing approved, political connections secured. The ongoing negotiations with the PSA have reached some delays due to lack of transparency by the developer. So again, he's measuring 3 times a year. And in this particular metric, the third metric he did not achieve, has not achieved yet, and may not, it sounds like, possibly, I don't know, I'll tell you Tuesday, right, have achieved this year, I'm not sure. So, but the board is in communication on that all the time.
Right.
So there are a few more on here. They had one goal for him on board member engagement, provide every board member an opportunity to observe classrooms on both campuses and sit in on a leadership team meeting. And so measurables were a schedule of leadership meetings to choose from, observation days with debrief. And then he says, well, this is actually a good one. So then he says, have not had the opportunity to host all board members yet. Other than committee meetings, I've not hosted a board member in a leadership team meeting. I could do better at promoting when they are. So again, first bite of the apple is I'm working on it. Maybe I need to refocus a little bit more because this is a goal you have for me. So does that help to sort of chunk out the goals a little bit?
I do like how you guys have it structured. I think it's very easy to follow. And then it can kind of show us that quarterly progress.
Mhm, right, yeah,
Yeah.
With regards to the first one you mentioned, where it said.
the board governance.
That was, so, yeah, I guess it was just assist with all board goals. Was that specifically to governance goals that the board had, or was that just to all, because like that quickly becomes open-ended.
Sure. Well, yeah, it looks to me like, so it was under governance, but it looks to me like it's all their adopted goals. So they've adopted the goals and his job as the superintendent.
A million of them either.
Right.
No, but I think,
Yeah.
I think that that's where things got a little misconstrued.
okay,
Because if
yeah.
you look at that thing that you sent us, I mean, there are in the metrics 30-something bullet points or 20-something bullet points. So it's, I don't think it's necessarily that disconnected with.
Yes.
I don't think it's necessarily
Yeah,
as
yeah.
disconnected as we think it is.
Well,
Yes.
It's just nice to see that we're not that far off.
Sure, yeah.
one of the first steps when you do strategic planning is to clarify the vocabulary around it. So what is a goal versus an objective versus a KPI versus a target versus initiative versus an action?
Right, common
Is that
language.
shareable or is that
Yeah.
not shareable?
Yeah, well, actually it is, but you know what, I'll email it.
You, maybe even if you don't, like if his progress
No,
is like.
it's fine. It's for some reason it wasn't sure. I was gonna actually just send it to you, but let me share this. I'll just send this to Kim as a, I think I can, let me see.
I was just thinking that we can kind of line them up
Yeah,
and figure out how.
If you're starting to clarify what each of those, because I think you're conflating a lot of your goals with.
It is on our, there is a timeline, there is a timeline. I can
I mean, I'm sure.
not share with you.
No, you. No, we.
You don't have it, we have it.
It is about.
I don't know why you don't.
It's
don't have it.
his goal,
You're supposed
it's
to
a
do what
document,
Yeah.
so it's not it's his own self-assessment of how he's been doing, yes. Yeah, exactly. And I asked him, I asked him. So,
Yeah.
yeah.
So, let me,
Um,
let me.
So I didn't mind sharing it here, but I had trouble sharing my link, so I just sent it.
So I do like, going back to Amy's point, is I do like that it's like those 5 buckets. Cause then it kind of helps set everything.
Yeah.
Do we, cause the fiscal is another big one, do we wanna try to accomplish that one?
So I'm gonna add though what you just said, evaluation of schools lead administrator, one of our goals this year is to institute the 360.
But not just in terms of like the administrator, but just like in terms of
The organization.
yeah, like a goal of the climate and culture and performance in many different areas.
I like organizational 360.
There was a, she gave us, it was on the.
They do already do a lot of that information intake, so I think we need to evaluate what's already being done and then amplify it in the way,
Yeah.
right?
Mm-hmm.
Versus creating something new. But that stuff I do know, like as a parent, I get surveys that they use, right, to inform things.
And what's the difference between LCAP and this? That's the.
And how much do they?
This is not a draft, but Michael marked a draft, I can't unmark a draft.
How about for, so the charter advocacy one, we could do something like, try to attend conference as a starting place, like have.
They're running an event in Palm Springs.
We are. That's our conference. The event is our, yeah, our conference.
Yeah. You guys should have had them in Anaheim, right?
Mhm.
Yeah.
A couple of years, yeah, 2 years ago, I think.
And then do you do additional advocacy training outside of that?
We do, so we have, it's when I'm sending the email right now to make sure you guys are all connected to the website, but on our website, we have a whole section on advocacy webinars and pre-recorded stuff and resources, yeah.
So we could do like, a goal of each of us engage in some type of training related to advocacy or something.
Well, and I think it kind of then goes back to is like. As an organization, how much or how little do we want to kind of maybe figure out like. Do we want to get more? Or do we not want to get more?
I think, yeah, we all go get a taste of something
Yeah.
somehow,
Yeah.
and not do anything,
But
right,
yeah.
learn, and then
And then
come
come
back
back
and
and-
decide, yes.
But like fiscal and policy
Yeah, we need
guidelines training.
Yeah, that's on the list too, so that will go under
Mine's
fiscal accountability.
Yeah, Michael invited me to whatever training was on the 15th of July, it was in your email from the state. Oh, I went to that.
Yes.
Was that fiscal training?
It was on state budget, and how that was playing out after the governor's revision. Just like 2 hours.
That's it. Yep, okay, because we're 3 o'clock now.
Oh, and so the fiscal, I got fiscal training. And
I think we'll be really good. Okay. I'm gonna stream from my shoes.
At the portal.
package, right, get it all done somehow.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying, it's like. I think of like how to say it.
You guys are leaving?
We're gonna, yeah, we just, is there anything else you wanted to ask us or talk to us about before we on our Uber?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Are we allowed to email you?
Oh,
Absolutely, please do, please
Yeah.
do, yes.
Either one of us,
Yes.
you guys must have our email from
Yeah,
that,
yeah.
that'd be great. And then would it be okay, cause I had, did a one-on-one check-in with the board members a couple months back. So I'm thinking about doing another one, maybe in early September, something along those lines. Would you guys be open to that, if we doing that? Okay, just kind of see after, give you a little bit of time to digest all this information, see how things are going along, and then do another check-in with you all.
Do you wanna make it like October? Cause by that time we've like set our goals and can make progress on them, and so you can do like more of like a plus track.
Okay,
I have a clarifying question.
yeah.
You had shared with us, a possibility of kind of coming and being a part of a needs assessment.
Yeah.
I would love to hear at one point, like, if you still recommend that or not, because as we're talking through like organizationally where we wanna go.
Yeah.
Would you see if that would be helpful for us?
Exactly.
And that is more of a bigger questions, but just.
Yeah, I have done that. In fact, the school that Helen is working with on the governance training for Tuesday, I work with that school. In fact, the co-founder of that school works for me at one point. So he has actually called me in every couple of years and just do a pulse check. And so I've done that with other schools as well. It's almost like a tiny mini WASC type of thing where it depends on who it is, but I basically just have a conversation, I have a little conversation with different folks and just kind of get a sense, and it depends on what your goals for it is. And so I could do something like that, you just have to like come out here and do that. But yeah, I mean, why don't you guys think a little bit about what your needs are, but I do think that survey piece of it would be really helpful. Maybe I do it after you do the survey, because you go, oh, there's some trends here, so maybe you should, like, maybe you can get more of clicking on the word right now, sorry, got like late brain. The more kind of nuances of why maybe you're finding a trend in the data, the information that you're getting. So that's kind of up to you, but if that's something you guys would like to find, and, somebody that just comes in and does this thing and gives a report.
Right, our Uber is 1 minute away,
Okay,
so,
all right.
so I just want to say thank you guys again for
Yeah,
letting us
thank
come and do
you.
this, and please reach out to me. I mean, part of your membership with CSTC includes being able to reach out to all of us, and talk to us about things, ask questions. We can't answer it, we'll refer you back to your legal counsel or something, but we want to be available to you. Anyway, pleasure to meet you all, and enjoy the rest of your meeting.
Yes, and kudos to all of you for spending your time here. Thank you. It's not easy. You're not paid anything. So really appreciate it. This is yours.
I know that was an extra one.
Okay,
Yeah,
okay.
somebody's extra.
All right.
I have mine.
Thank you.
I'm keeping my
Okay.
notes.
Good.
Good. You're welcome. I got one. I don't know those two. Yeah,
Great.
sure. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you for that.
Sorry.
Email me.
It's just difficult, it's like the,
Yeah.
or, like, so.
Safe travel.
One-on-one.
Yeah, it's fine, and as long as you don't talk to more than 2 board members about it outside of the meeting, it's fine.
We'll just see my.
Yes.
You can always email her back, and usually it's helpful to do her and Ken, so that it's going through.
Right, is there anything else?
Can you read us what we've already talked about, now that we've?
The last about setting goals?
Yeah. What goals have we set, how are we working on right now?
So,
These are for the year or for 20?
I think the ones I'm gonna read were probably for the next year or so, but open to whatever it needs.
And I also suggest a process that if whatever we set today, that maybe we also review next time, so we have time to.
Maybe we cannot make decisions.
Yeah.
It's all information and discussion, so I agree with you, this is setting the stage for then what we will decide in the
Yes.
coming meeting.
Yeah, perfect.
Yeah,
Just
as an action item.
perfect.
So we talked about charter advocacy, participating in advocacy training. So probably if we step away from today between now and our next meeting, when we would make some decisions, everyone should think about some specifics maybe around that. Right, the metric of that goal. Evaluation of schools, lead administrator, the only thing we've just talked about was about instituting the 360. Right, was there anything else?
The tool.
The toolkit.
Oh, and use of the tool.
And I think if we get a chance to review the toolkit, then we can kind of make an assessment about how we as a board want to handle our process this year.
I don't know if this falls under this or not, but when we were talking about the 360, we were thinking of it on the organizational level, then do we need to see if they can send us what other surveys?
What are being done, this 100%, yeah.
Yeah, what other surveys the families are already getting, so we can see if there's a. Or
Not just saying stakeholders.
So that's all we had under evaluation, and then under governance, we have established process for review of board policies, and then the governance handbook, bylaws, and charter alignment.
At a minute after presentations.
Yes, please.
There's board norms that they talked about.
Yeah, I'd like board members.
Like you have to go to the bathroom.
And actually, I'm gonna add something, tag on to that is, one thing Michael and I talked about in governance was, not just, board norms, but board values. Like, what is our kind of decision-making process? And we actually had a draft, that we were working on already.
Okay, I added that. Happy to learn more. I'm not quite clear on values and decision-making process, but you're saying setting values that drive
Yeah.
our decisions? Okay,
Yeah, like, we are always gonna be doing things that are transparent. We're always gonna,
gotcha.
just to provide clarity on to our stakeholders on kind of how we approach things.
So, yeah, so now for governance, we have the policies, we have the governance handbook stuff and the bylaws. And then we have established board norms and values, guiding our decision-making processes. And then under fiscal accountability, we just had the item of getting the training on fiscal risk management and audit.
There was that, she mentioned there's a podcast that she did. This and that. The onboarding pass.
Yeah, that's on the website. It looks like a ticket.
That's.
Then we have the ongoing. Battles.
So it's
Do we
funny,
wanna add that as a
Is that-
goal to, I think we gotta figure out what we're doing one way or another.
Yeah, I mean, I find the parsing of board versus whatever a little bit cumbersome, but we're here, so it's fine, but.
I agree.
so it's funny because in her little handout that says who decides, it actually references that the board is involved in interviewing and contracting the breast office provider specifically. So I do think that might be something.
I did. Is that through their demo?
Oh, you did.
So I'm just gonna add as a goal, determine back office support needs
Mm-hmm.
and implement as decided, right?
Mm-hmm.
Anything else under fiscal accountability?
One of, and I don't know the best way to say this. Oh, go ahead.
I just said revenue streams, like
Oh.
alternate revenue streams, I mean, I don't know if again that's us or other people. Seems like it's been you a lot of times.
I'm trying to figure out the right way to frame this, but something around like helping, kind of shore up any, I don't know the right way of saying it.
Seems the wrong way.
Well, I think it's kind of like, whatever we can do to help Kim and her team to have the tools necessary so that fiscal management is efficient and effective as possible. That's gonna say it the wrong way, so I don't know how you make it. So you know what I mean? Because to me, it's ed tech, but it's also like, how do we help make sure that there's the things in place to help them? Whether it's helping hands, whether it's whatever it may be. I'm trying to think of the right way to phrase it, because to me, it's almost like the board, like, we don't even know what we don't know yet about things that need to be resolved in this area.
Yeah, I guess that's my problem, is it's hard for me to jump to solutions
Yeah.
when I know the issues I experience
Mm-hmm.
or that pop up in
Mhm.
meetings. However, I don't know how those then correlate to what's going on in terms of positions and who does what, and so then what really needs to possibly be problem solved in that arena or not. So that's where I would almost, maybe a goal for us would be to get an audit of our processes and those functions to then help know where we would point to solution making. I don't know.
Yeah, that you're struggling with the same thing I'm struggling with.
I just know something's not where it needs to be, but I don't know why, and so I don't know where to point a solution and for us to focus on.
Would board fiscal training be helpful for that?
No, it's not that I need, well, I guess I won't say any training is always helpful. I love to learn. But it's less about generic training to me. It's
Well, I
more
mean,
about,
the more you know about it, the more you can see where issues are arising, is where I'm going with that, so.
but it's more about the context of OPA again, and I think in who does what functions to know exactly where there might
Well,
be.
It sounded like that might be part of this thing that we're gonna, like in your email, once we look at ed tech, then we were gonna evaluate the various positions that exist in the context of ed tech to see if they're, right, wasn't that in your email, something about staffing it?
But the staffing implication.
But I guess the question is trying to figure out like, and in business, we call it a transformational program process. Like that's what it's called because there's gaps of some sort. And it's figuring out where are those gaps and then what does the governing board need to do to assist those gaps? And I think that's the question that I'm trying to get at is like understanding what are still the business gaps that exist with, and so I'm trying to put my own framework to help, is what are the business gaps that still exist within finance to ensure that we're more, that it's more, it's easier. I'm just trying to find the right
I
word.
just wanted to be systematized, right?
Yeah.
It should be on- It should all be on.
Exactly,
I agree, to
Exactly.
me, in my role, we call it business process review.
yeah,
And so that's why I'm saying it's less about the generic training
I
of what, it's more about what's going on in your scenario to then figure out where you can like amplify good stuff and then also maybe short gaps.
And then what are the steps needed and how can we make sure we're budgeting the right resources and approving the right things to get us there?
Cause what I feel like I'm experiencing, can I just share real quick though? So some of us might be feeling like we're experiencing like something somewhere is maybe off somehow.
Yeah.
And so we're trying to apply a solution that we think maybe it's ed tech, but I feel like we're hearing ed tech is not a solution that's needed. So then I need more illumination than why am I experiencing what I'm experiencing then to then pivot to possibly a different solution if ed tech's not the one. And I'm not saying
No,
they're not.
and I totally understand what you're saying, I guess the question is, who or what resource is capable of providing that answer? And I understand that that's what you're trying.
That's what I was talking about. It can't be internal. I mean, it's
So I
what
don't know,
feeds
yeah,
into that,
it's
but
not talking to YMC about if they have somebody or reaching out to her to see if they have somebody who might be able to do a review. To avoid the word audit, I guess, but.
And the one time you had FICMAC come in, or maybe you didn't have FICMAC come in, FICMAC just.
Came in, they came in, and then even when we had like Chuck Hidman, he had made a series recommendation, and Jerry, and we've had a lot of recommendations to make sure we have some of these things done to just improve our business for OPA, and so it's kind of like, it's hard for us as a board to really know what additional fiscal management things need to be invested in. And-
Guardrails?
Yeah, there you go, there you go,
Seems like we're just patchwork, right? It
Yeah.
needs to be a little bit more.
like transformational.
Not that we wanna start from zero, but
No.
maybe you need to, but maybe that's the value of an
Yeah.
internal source, right? To come and look at it and say,
yeah, very
wow, you have this
objectively.
very strange
Yes.
quilt
Yes.
going on that does not look nice, and needs to be better.
Exactly, but it's figuring out like who is it and what is that
Sounds like we
process?
need a consultant.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Is there such a thing?
I bet
Yes,
people
there
would
are.
use some.
There are,
Okay, so let's look into
Or school
Um,
services,
yeah.
that's the training that you went to on the 15th.
exploring consulting options to dig into how to establish stronger or more robust guardrails for fiscal responsibility.
fiscal
Or, yeah,
management.
I think in the conversation before, it was Chuck Hidman had come in and he laid
Yeah.
out the people,
Yeah,
but that was just
only a
a
piece of
year
it,
ago.
yeah,
And then this past year, Michael and I tried to layer in those foundational standard operating procedures.
Yes, yes,
But I mean, if they all layer on each other, like,
Yeah.
because this is a growing organization,
right.
it isn't
And-
something that already existed and for some reason,
it's
now
not,
we don't
And it
have
sounds
it.
like I'm new. but
We're
there's
building it.
gaps. Or there may be gaps that we want to identify them.
Yeah, so just an external review, right, that's what we.
Yeah.
So then we as a board can decide like where we kind of pre-budget for it. and help ensure that the fiscal oversight is there.
Wonderful.
And it's not about identifying gaps to be punitive, it's
No.
about strengthening the organization,
Yeah.
so we shouldn't be scared of this, we should be excited to illuminate and better ourselves.
Right,
Yeah.
it's eliminating weaknesses.
Because no matter what decision you make, the information that we send either to our back office or to a different back office provider has to be correct. Like that information has to be correct before it goes
Mhm.
into the processing component part of it, regardless of which way the board goes.
And just as to put a backlight on this, is supposedly there will be some new laws that go into effect, which is creating even more accountability needed around this space. So we really need to know if there's more
I would
things.
assume there's always people that would act upon that as a, you know, opportunity.
Yeah,
To
Yeah.
then provide services. We have to find those people.
Yeah.
exactly, exactly.
I'll reach out to them and school services to see if we can possibly give you an option or options.
Okay, anything else on fiscal accountability for now? Again, this is a final.
Right.
We're signing for the next.
Exactly.
I only have 3. Can you just go with those?
So I had the training with the fiscal, the risk management and audit. Inclusive of, we can listen to that boarding pass podcast. Exploring consulting options for the more robust guardrails for fiscal management. And then I linked that to determining then back office support needs.
Okay.
And then you had mentioned
Well, I just-
alternative revenue streams.
I don't know if that's a board thing necessarily versus a CBO thing. Seems like it would be nice to be formalized. I think it's like happenstance, right? Like I think the emphasis of that has grown since I feel like even in the 6 months that I've been here, the emphasis on that has grown a lot, but I think.
What's the strategy
probably-
for it?
Probably having like.
Okay.
More refined.
And again, I'm thinking between now and our next meeting, obviously we'll get this list, right, out to everyone. I won't, but Kim and team will. And then everyone be thinking again about how to clean it up, set some metrics then specifically for each, right? Okay. So then the only one left that we haven't done anything around, in the recent conversation is ensuring academic success. And I would just say defer to Kim. Thank you. Yeah, sorry, defer to
Pass
Kim.
it, pass it. The only thing that I would like to see is like, are there similar to fiscal, you know, like overall our data is amazing, right? We have really successful, good outcomes. But are there gaps?
Yeah.
In certain schools, in certain grades, in certain like levels where we are not serving our students enough like they deserve to be, and how do we remedy that? Like, how can we identify those gaps? How can we strengthen those weaknesses?
And I think that's, to give a specific is, intervention. Is something that's been kind of needs to.
It's definitely my top goal. Structured intervention.
And I would just say
I
we,
would love that. So passive except for that. And that's not really,
But I
that's,
think
yeah.
to that, identifying the needs and those gaps, but also how do we utilize AI to help teach these kids that need it at that level? Because that's so individualized,
Very
that's our vision, and AI can help us get there.
Well said.
I think everything, except the emphasis part on the AI, it is embedded though, is we've talked about and are doing it through academic excellence. So like the evidence and data evaluation and then prioritizing based on where do we see gaps. I mean, I'm not saying we shouldn't have that as a goal. I'm just saying, I think this is an area that we're very strong in, and I don't want to lose all the work that's been done through academic excellence in terms of planning, because it's been a lot.
I guess one of the things we talked about in academic excellence also, just to round out, because I don't know if we talked about it. Or is another one. Potential gap was just making sure that we know kind of how students locally are being evaluated when they transition from middle school to high school. And how are we meeting those, targets? Are we setting themselves up for success? Are there things we need to?
Yep, you said it all, interesting.
That's
So,
Point.
they're working on, they're trying to, I think Kim and Maggie, that was one of their summer, things among the many other things.
The other thing that was in academic excellence was that alignment to the MIs. And that instructional framework, that instructional focus that needs to come back
Yeah.
on the radar. I
Yeah.
mean, we started the launch the week of welcome with that.
Oh, good.
We're
And our champion profile.
and the champion program.
So make sure we're in everything we do, we're going back to what do we say we wanna be, and it's that champion profile, and it's to honor the MI.
Strengthen the core.
And I think that could be communicated more, even if it's
I
happening.
agree.
I think parents don't know how it's being implemented.
Well, even walking through the middle school yesterday, you can see the champion profile in like every room,
Right.
which is great.
Well, those posters will go in the other schools too, but I mean, we.
Not about the MI.
No. We've had very different MI experiences.
Yeah.
You guys have that.
Yeah, I think I'm sorry, yeah, I think it's an area for focus, especially being new to the school as a parent.
Mhm.
And so, yes, we've been looking at ways.
And I think you'll find that depending on the teacher,
Mhm.
they've implemented it differently. So the more it's standardizing, putting a standard structure behind it would be
Right.
helpful.
While not
And training.
constraining the.
And the
value
academic,
of being
the academic
individualized
committee,
here.
are they looking at the, like, the CAS scores, which are, my understanding, just done in certain grades, right? What is our third
Third and up.
and up? So like, are we looking at data in like first grade and second grade
The
as
iReady
well?
data.
We look at alternative data.
I'd like to continue to focus on special ed and building that, making it a more robust program, especially with the fact that year after year, more and more kids are being identified as having ADHD and needing faculty plans or IEPs, and how do we, I'm sorry, it's gonna be long, how do we continue to fund that? Because those kids can cost more than the money we get in for them, and how do we support them at their level? Yeah. But the Department of Ed.
And then I just think I would combine like the special education funding and then alignment of other programs.
Yeah.
Because I think that was one thing that we started last year.
Yeah.
Was trying to align things, especially between the elementaries. So continue to do that.
We have a minute to know what we were talking about.
Hmm.
I liked it.
I'm new, but like, is there succession planning and stuff for board members and for the executive director and all that, like all the functions, I guess? Do we have succession planning?
That's my question mark for Kim.
We do not, that I'm aware of have like succession planning. For any of our administrative team and or board members.
Should that be?
That should be a goal.
So I'm gonna put it under the governance,
Yeah, because it's not
Well,
even if you leave, it's like this, if you have to take an unexpected leave of absence,
Yeah.
you can't like,
Well-
it'd be like a super shock.
And I think just to give the board's perspective on succession planning, it's kind of like you set out to do one thing, but then you have to figure out how to put in the foundation of the thing you're trying to do. Like, we didn't have inventories, we didn't have like a monthly task list, like governance, but like, we didn't have
Yeah.
those things that even establish what each one of us do. Month to month to month, so that even if someone had to fill in,
It wouldn't.
it was
I
like,
didn't know.
what do I do? What do you have to do? Like, where is the book?
Do we have the SOPs for that?
No,
Okay, so we need to.
they've begun
Yeah.
to start to develop this year as we had to step into roles and
Yeah.
had no toolkit, if you will, to even.
Yeah.
Launch in other than prior experience or something that you've already known is coming down the pipeline. So that's been a goal.
And this may not be a year, this may not be a 1 year goal. I mean, the metric we might pick is something that we can achieve in a year, but it might be like a 2-3 year goal. You know. Especially succession planning, there's just no way we do that.
I think establishing what every role that we just did the classification study, which like cemented your job description. The next layer of that is that monthly cadence of what each desk, each job does.
So Amy, a time check.
So you just have the three areas, Amy, governance, finance, and academics.
And then
evaluation.
Eval and
So yeah, it's ensuring academic success, fiscal accountability, governance, evaluation for ED. Yeah, there's that. And then the advocacy, yeah.
Oh, I put all those under it.
It was just based on how they started. They had 4 and then they had.
Yeah, I just wanna.
Right, it's the advocacy. Yeah.
Right, so is that a good start for our next conversation?
Yeah, it's very nice.
And then we also had as item F. Identification of future agenda items to follow up on anything from today. So obviously we know setting the board goals is one.
Committees.
Yeah.
Would you like that discussion at the August meeting? When would you like me to agenda
Are you talking about committees or broke goals?
goals? Both.
Both.
I would put both of them on there and then
Yeah,
we could.
might as well start fresh, new
Yeah.
year. And then, the policy presentation we asked for, which is semi-related to the board goals, but it's just separate and more detailed, like, do we want that? When?
I put that on the August agenda.
Is that feasible?
Yeah,
Well, that's just what was discussed at the time is, but
How long
that's
is
why I
that
wrote
take?
it under the August meeting.
What, I guess, do you have you been able to make headway on that, or do you need time?
Well, I have contacted YMC. I have not looked at their CSDC spreadsheet in a while, so I have not correlated those two to see which is different. So all of the other items like the outdated, what's outdated, level of priority, what we have versus what those other 2 organizations have, and then process and recommendation is what I've looked at.
So we wanna,
Should we
Do it
push
for
it to September so that you have time to?
That's fine too.
And then that way you can kind of come to us with a recommendation and kind of,
Yeah,
So-
as opposed
You
to.
have time to mull it over and sort of be like, I think this might be where I wanna kind of. Yeah.
Perfect.
do we want the I don't want all of our policy work to be on hold while we figure this out, so I do wonder about the policies that we've asked to be reviewed and worked on, like, do we wanna keep waiting for those or still ask that to come forward in August?
if there's policies that are ready for review, then we should review them.
Well, yeah, we kind of should take the time
Yeah.
that we have. It depends on what they get back to you with.
Do you have any policies ready for us to review?
Well, I would have to have them, right now, the current direction would be to go through YMC to have the YMC Miriam, review them and bring them to you.
So there was at least one specific one, I recall it's our complaint one, right? I don't know if that's been being worked on, and then,
Not right now.
oh,
Are there any
But I
that
think
have a
it's-
time crunch? Like, are there any we have to implement by a certain date?
No. I mean, we have to update them, some of them are out of date, but there is no deadline in terms of time. We did update the handbook and the staff handbook, and that ran through YMC for that language to be updated
Okay,
in those. That was done already, and those were approved.
And
So if
how is this
feasible-
different than the board goal handbook? What handbook is in our,
The board handbook is different from the student handbook and the staff handbook,
okay,
yes.
sorry.
And that doesn't I mean, it contains information, but it's not like critical to students' conduct and then staff conduct.
so I propose that I'd like to see a draft of the complaint policy at our August meeting. And do, reference what you want, the YMC minimally, and if you have time, look at the other source. Get us a draft ready for us to discuss at that meeting.
I thought Title IX was the other big one. that needed to be done.
That's right.
It's in the same policy.
Okay. Okay, yeah, if we can maybe bring that one forward, that would probably be helpful.
And then again, considerate of the discussion today on sort of, I know we don't wanna get a lot of process and policy, but there does need to be policy, I think, around some general, like where to go for what.
Mhm.
And so this policy is fine not to go through the governance committee first before.
Yeah, just bring the board, just
So
bring
it's
the
gonna
board.
come to the full board.
Yeah,
Okay.
and right now, there's
Have a
only,
committee.
yeah.
And we wait for them to do that.
That's why I'm like, I don't wanna wait on that.
No,
one.
I agree.
For us to figure it out.
I just wanna make sure. Okay.
Okay, so that one will be dropped. Anything else for upcoming agenda
Do you have
items?
stuff for the next meeting?
Oh, yeah, you do.
We have a
Oh,
lot.
yes,
We all-
we got the training for
Never.
YMC,
Ready for it?
That's right.
September.
September.
Oh, sorry, it's not August.
Yeah.
Yes, I'm already in September in my mind.
There's 12 session for ed tech. I'm sure that's already.
Yeah. Okay, so that covers for item F. Right, so then number 5, next regular meeting will be on August 21st, 2025. Public session will begin at 6 p.m. and will immediately adjourn to closed session. Public session will reconvene at 7 p.m. The meeting will be held in Honor Hall at SOC on Santa Maria, in Mission Viejo. Executive Director report.
So included also at your table setting, you have this small little book. This is something that we, Maggie and I picked out for our staff this year for our leadership administrative team as well as for the staff. And so we had, Phil Boyd is the author of the book, but he also has a program on how to build culture. He started with ASBs and then it went to adults within school structures. And so it's a quick, easy read. There's little black pages in there or little darker shaded colored pages in there that kind of have quotes or just highlighted verbiage from the book. So this is something that we hope to, OPA has an amazing culture when we talk to the staff, but it's our way of like, how do you continuously improve that culture? How do we, reinforce and support our staff? With any school, you have the staff you have, and we have to kind of rise them all into like, next levels of expectation. So this is where we're starting this year. The week of welcome kicked off. It was very productive and, fun festivities were had. Phil was gonna do the presentation Monday morning, but there was a change. He was ill, so we had to have someone else stand in his stead, but it was a very good, well done performance, so. School year underway.
Thank you.
Right, we'll move to Board of Directors reports. I'll start by yielding my time. For an upshot.
I've spoken of it. I would just commend everyone on all the hard work this summer to get all 30 sites up and running. It's very exciting to start here. It's maybe even more so.
Yeah, I'll reiterate that. The middle school looks amazing. It being OPA was great. I got to attend the week of welcome for staff and they were really excited about it. So really exciting things to come.
So,
All right, Member Akashi.
Also reiterating that, and I know you guys all worked so hard over the summer. I have not seen the middle school. I'm very excited to visit it. I'd love to come visit. And in general, I'm just really excited to serve, and it's my first board meeting, so thank you, and I love our vibe.
And go Yellows, right?
Go yellow.
There's your succession planning.
There you go.
You just stumped it.
All right, Member Travis.
Yeah, so I just want to do another thank you to our facilitators today. I thought they did a great discussion. Welcome, Ash. Congrats on an amazing ribbon cutting. That was amazing in the middle school and everything. And also to all of our teachers and everybody that stepped up to make our Meet the Professor super successful. You just saw all these happy families yesterday. And lastly, welcome to our new staff and our new administrators. I know we had one that even started this week as they continue to get onboarding, so just a big welcome.
Thanks. All right, community input on closed session agenda items. Members of the public may comment on items listed on the closed session agenda only. The speaker may not relinquish their time to another person. Board secretary, are there any comments regarding the items listed under closed session? Right, closed session. For discussion and possible action, we will, item A, a public employee performance evaluation, executive director, 54957. And we are moving to closed session at 3:37 PM. We're live. All right, welcome back. We are reconvening the meeting to open session at 5:04 p.m. And there is no action to report out taken in closed section or closed session. Adjournment. It is recommended that the board adjourn the special meeting of the Oxford County Board of Directors on Sunday, 9th, 2025. I get a motion in a second, please. A motion.
That's right.
Thank you. And then, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any noes? Any abstentions? So moved. The meeting is adjourned at 5:04 p.m. Thank you.